Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night, wherever you're coming from. Welcome to the Defence Rests. And today you're joining us for day 2 of the Toby Madden sinister stabbing murder trial. Now, this case is almost reminiscent of what could be called a Sarah Boone and Daryl Brooks virtual love child. So hang around, stay tuned for all the action.
Justice served in an honest fight. True crime tales till the verdict's right. Solving more than just trivial quests, where sentences rule at the defense rests.
All right, welcome back. Thank you very much for joining us again. Now, if you're just joining us, we'll do a quick recap of this bizarro trial. It's really, really bizarre. Hey, Tan, good morning. Thank you for joining us. Lovely to see you. And you too, Teresa. Yep, press the wrong one. Sure. Either way, I don't mind. Happy hump day, peeps. Happy hump day. It's Wednesday. All right. A quick recap now. As I said, today we're resuming day 2. Now, we're coming back straight after the lunch recess. So, a quick overview if you haven't seen the start. Toby Madden is a 52-year-old man who is on trial with unaliving his 52-year-old girlfriend who he'd been with for 27 years. And he did so by adding an additional 55 pointy holes in her, which is horrific. He's been charged on 2 counts of murder and felonious assault. He's pleading not guilty. He's apparently he's not guilty because someone else did it, and apparently, according to him, he has a bounty on his head from a prior drug deal, and it was them who did it. He was claiming to be asleep in the recliner chair just prior to the incident in their home, and then decided that he was really, really tired, so went and laid down on the floorboards in the next room because that was more comfortable, and didn't hear a thing. Oh, yes, he heard screams, but he thought it was in his dream. All right, so there's that. Even though the next door neighbour heard the screams, but anyway. So, what have I written here? I can't even read my own writing. He has been really disruptive in all the pre-trial proceedings, and even just as the trial started, before they bring the jury in on day 1, he had a massive, like a hissy fit, but because he'd seen his daughter, and he actually did a bit of self-snitching, and that will become more evident in the second half of today when we watch it. Now, he's been through 5 public defenders. He's had 2 pro se motions, which have both been approved and both withdrawn because the judge denied the continuance. So, but he's not very happy that he's being defended by someone else, and he's made that very obvious. He's been under threat. He's been under caution for his demeanour and behaviour in court, and has been threatened to be removed from the courtroom should it continue. And there is a little bit of feisty stuff this afternoon, so it doesn't go away. So, day 1, opening statements. We only heard from the state. Defence did not make an opening statement. They reserved their right to include it in their case in chief. So, never seen that before in my life, but that's what happened. And then we heard from his daughter, Michaela, which was fairly emotional. Then we heard from a detective who said that she was first on scene and she took some photos of wet footprints in the basement. And apparently that morning, so the incident occurred on the 11th of October 2022, around or just after the 10 a.m. point I've established. Now, they had just moved into this home. They had people coming out to connect the gas and the water. So they had various tradies in, but they all came and went by at 8 and 8:30. So we heard all their testimonies. So the footprints could not have been theirs. They would have dried up by then. Then we heard from Gangster Granny, next door neighbour, who came in her lovely orange jumpsuit because she's incarcerated for armed robbery at the moment, or she's awaiting sentence. So she testified that she was out on her veranda, whittling away, drinking her coffee from at least 8:15 until well after 10, playing on her phone. And she said that she did not see anyone else coming or going after the tradies left, and that she heard a shrill scream around the 10 o'clock mark that lasted for 7 seconds. 7 seconds. But she didn't call the police because that's normal in her neighbourhood. That's okay. So that was Gangster Granny. And then we heard from various investigators yesterday. So they did present a little bit of evidence, but today we start off with the next state witness, which is David Connolly. The first three are really, really quick, and then, sorry, the first two are very, very quick, and then we have the lead investigator come in, who takes up pretty much the rest of the afternoon, and then we'll continue on to day 3. So, make yourselves comfortable. Yeah. So make yourselves comfy, get yourself a cuppa, and let's watch this tale unfold, shall we? All right, let's share some screens. Gangster Granny. She was funny. I'm not ringing no police. This happen every day in my neighborhood. All right. I have it cranked. And go.
On behalf of the defendant. Okay, please bring the jury in.
Let me know if it's either too loud or too quiet, or my mic is too loud, or you want me to shut up. A 7-second scream, though. You scream for 7 seconds. That's a long time.
Okay, please be seated. Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Does anyone have any violations of the court's recess instructions that they...
And I do apologise that the actual feedback is in the courtroom, because I watched it on another TV this morning and it's exactly the same. So I'm sorry. I will try. I might bring that boost down a little bit. That might help. Feedback. Okay, let's go.
You need to report. Okay, state may continue with the presentation of evidence.
Statement called David Connolly.
Now, David Connolly is the owner of the Kroger's store that the defendant went to buy some bits and pieces that day, and that shows the clothing attire that he was wearing on the day, which is what they recovered from the basement. So basically, they're just submitting the CCTV footage into evidence via him. Come on. Chop, chop, David. Let's go. Out.
The Kroger at 1540 South
Oh.
Boulevard.
And that's here in the city of Hamilton.
Yes.
And I know it's on South Erie, but that's also kind of where Grand comes
Grand
in
Avenue,
South Erie.
yes.
Is that right? Okay.
Correct.
All right. And what's your position at that Kroger?
I'm an assistant store leader.
Okay. And what are your duties in that position?
Pretty much generally oversee all the operations of the store, shipping, receiving, customer service. I mean,
Pretty much anything to do with the store that you're involved in. Is that
Yes.
right? Okay. And is that Kroger store there on this Route 4, right? South Erie's Route 4?
yes, Raphael.
On Route 4 is they have cameras there?
Yes, they do.
Okay.
Good morning,
Cameras back in,
Regina.
October
Good morning,
2020.
sweetheart.
Yes, they do.
Inside and outside?
Yes.
And so is it correct if I say that you got a new system now?
Morning,
Yeah, we just
Christine.
upgraded like 6 months ago.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I just want to talk to you about the system you had in 2022.
Okay.
We're back in 22, were they operating and recording 24 hours a day?
Yes, they were.
Okay. And they safe to a computer or server in your store?
Yes.
And at some point in October of 2022, did the Hamilton Police Department come and request a video from you guys?
Yes,
From-
they did.
From Kroger?
Yes.
And was that video provided to the Hamilton Police Department?
Yes, it was.
And all of those videos that are kept and the videos that were provided to the Hamilton Police Department, are they kept in the ordinary course of business, of Kroger's business?
Yes.
And that video that was given to, excuse me, that video that was given to the Hamilton Police Department, was it altered or edited in any way when it was given to them or before it was given to them?
No.
May I proceed?
You may.
This is 89. This is the flash drive itself. I'm going to hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 89. Do you recognize that writing on that envelope?
Yes, that's my initial and the date.
Okay. And that flash drive that's inside of there, does that contain video that was provided to Hamilton Police Department?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And to the best of your knowledge, that's a true and accurate representation of the video from October 10th of 2022 that was provided to the Hamilton Police Department.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, one second.
Good morning, Mr. Brybear. Hello, my lovely.
And I'm sorry, I can't remember if I asked you this or not. Are those your initials that are on the envelope there?
Yes, they are.
Okay, and that's today's date
Yes.
that you put on there?
Yeah.
Okay. And you viewed that video to make sure that that's the correct video, correct?
Correct.
Okay. I would ask that the State's Exhibit 80.
Any objection? Okay, it'll be admitted.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Okay, cross-examination?
No cross, thank you.
Okay, all right, thank you, sir. You may step down.
Told you it was quick. You don't have to apologise ever, Bri. I hope you're feeling better, sweetheart. Rest and hydrate. Rest and hydrate. And take your analgesia. Look after yourself, sweetheart.
Sergeant, I'm sorry.
Yeah. You have permission to watch this in bed only. Snuggled up in bed with a warm blankie and lots of tissues. Now, this is one of the detectives who's now a sergeant. He's just the one that issued the search warrant, basically.
Hello,
Tell everyone your name and occupation, please.
Anthony Keep, Police Sergeant for the City of Hamilton Police Department,
And how long have you been with the Hamilton Police Department?
26 years.
All right, and you are currently a sergeant? right?
Yes,
Back in October of 2022, what rank were you?
I was a detective assigned to the Investigations Division.
Okay. And how long were you a detective?
Approximately
Wow.
4 years.
Okay. And when did you become sergeant?
January 1st of this year.
Poor love.
All right. Back in 22, what were your
Plenty of
duties
sleep.
as a police detective?
Follow up on crimes that occurred within the city of Hamilton.
Okay. And what education or training do you have in order to be a police officer?
Wish I could do more, Dal.
Went through the basic police training back in 1996, became a police officer, and then continued my education throughout. When I became an investigator,
Actually, handy hint. If you've got some paw cream or Vaseline, put it around your nostrils and then you don't get dried up red nostrils. Handy tip.
attended homicide investigations, several other classes that are job related to becoming a detective investigator.
And as I said, on October 11th, 22, you were a detective at that time. Were you called out to assist at 1270 Parish Avenue in the city of Hamilton?
Yes.
And what were you called out there to assist with?
I was called out there to assist with a homicide that occurred.
Okay. What time did you arrive?
I initially got the call from Lieutenant Irby, the investigations commander, at around 12:15 in the afternoon. He asked me to go out there to assist. I arrived out at the scene, just did a quick walk around of the house. I went back to the police department, typed up a search warrant, took it up here to the courthouse to get it signed. After it was signed, I responded back to the scene with Detective Horton, Huckey, and Trenham. I think there was several officers there as well, and we conducted a search of the house.
Okay.
I have all the good ideas.
Your participation in the search, I'm going to ask that exhibit 61 and 62 back on screen.
Okay.
They were already
I've
in
been
it.
admitted. Yes.
Exhibit 61. What are we looking at in this picture?
We are looking at like a olive green, like a vest, almost like a real lightweight jacket vest type that was located in the basement of 1270 Parish Avenue.
Okay. And did you find this green vest in the cell phone and the wallet there?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And once you located that, what did you do?
Just back up a second. The officer, the detective, the lead detective would have someone assigned to take photographs. So we basically photographed the entire scene inside, outside of the house, and then would begin searching each room by room, looking for anything that would be significant or considered evidence or possible evidence. So when I was beginning my search in the basement, I located this jacket with the cell phone, the wallet. I believe it had a few dollars in it. So it was further documented before we collected it as evidence.
Okay. So it was photographed and then you collected the evidence, or did you alert someone else to it?
I'm not sure which officer collected it at the time. I'd have to look at the property tag.
Okay. But you alerted, it's fair to say you alerted someone else to, or directed someone else to collect it?
Yes.
Okay. This is State's Exhibit 62. The securities have been admitted. Can you please tell us what we're looking at in this picture?
Yes, this is the vest, the way it was found initially. Next to that, item 12 is an SD card. And item 13 is a key, and then 11 is the jacket. Inside the jacket was the wallet and the cell phone.
Okay. So in State's Exhibit 62, is this the actual original way you found it?
Yes.
Okay. And then State's Exhibit 61 that we just saw, was that, had you opened it to find those other items?
Yes.
Okay. So this is the actual way you found State's Exhibit 62, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And this, again, this is in the basement?
Yes.
Okay, one second. Sergeant, that's all I have. Thank you.
Sure.
Okay. Officer Nation, please.
Good afternoon, Sergeant.
Hello.
Did you have any interaction with Toby Madden at the scene that day?
No, I did not.
Did you even see him at all that day?
No, I did not.
So by the time you got there, your understanding he'd already been taken away from the scene?
When I arrived there, I had very little information about the actual crime.
We know for sure you didn't see Mr. Madden.
I did not.
You went into the residence that day,
Yes.
and that's after you had a search warrant that you went and had signed and then you brought back to the property.
Yes.
When you went into the property, did you smell alcohol?
I don't recall.
Or you don't recall any smell of alcohol, rubbing alcohol, anything else?
I don't recall.
If you had, with the experience, background training that you had from your first year all the way up until you were a sergeant, now including being a detective, would that be something that you put in a report? If you were to go to a crime scene and smell, would that be something you put in a report?
Normally, yes.
Thank you.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Thank you, Sergeant.
Thank you.
All right. Couple of quickies. Oh, hello. Did the what learned hand?
Say why we call Detective Robert Gordon.
Very well.
Now, this Mr. Groovy haircut is the lead investigator. He pretty much takes up the majority of the afternoon. He brings in all of the physical evidence.
You may proceed.
Lots of opening of evidence bags and yeah.
Good afternoon, sir. Would you please state your name for the record and spell your first and last name?
My name is Detective Robert Horton, Horton, with the City of Hamilton Police Department.
Okay. And how long?
Would be
I was watching Baker's stream when I went to bed last night, and apparently he say he said once he came on the stand, his chat got all moist.
29 years this Saturday.
Yeah.
If you would kind of tell us, why don't you go from the beginning when you first started and kind of take us through your different job descriptions and job duties and different assignments that you did.
When I initially started, I was assigned to a patrol shift, which the responsibilities of that, you would respond to 911 calls or maybe actively investigate
Do you know
any
what?
crimes that you witnessed.
He actually looks like my cousin. Believe it or not, different haircut, but yeah, I'll see if I can find a photo.
Then I would move to the community policing section, which means myself and a partner were assigned to a specific area of town, and we were just responsible for that area, whether it was calls for service or citizen complaints or whatever specific details or jobs might happen in that area. From there, I did that for about the first 11 and a half years. I was on the department, and then I was promoted in December of 2006. And then I was assigned to the general investigation section. The way the Hamilton Police Department works is they have, at the time, they had two sections. They had general assignment detectives, and then they had vice detectives. I was assigned to the general assignment detectives. Those detectives, they receive reports anywhere from misdemeanors, might be a theft or annoying calls, any kind of reports that are made based on solvability, whether they're assigned, all the way up to serious crimes, felonious assaults, murders, anything to that effect. I worked in that capacity for approximately 3 years. Yes. And then I was moved to the vice narcotics section, worked there for 9.5 years, working, which was responsible for drugs, prostitution, illegal gambling, anything that would fall under those specific realms. Then after that, I was moved back to the general assignment section, which is where I was at the time when this occurred.
Okay. And then at some point, you got moved back to the vice section?
Well, it's now referred to the neighborhood policing section is where I am now. Our responsibilities are to target gangs, guns, and drugs, and any violence associated with those.
I assume you still do undercover work as well in that job assignment?
Occasionally, yes.
Okay. I guess when you come in your current assignment, when you come into work, do you dress in uniform or do you dress plain clothes?
I dress in plain clothes presently.
Okay. All right, so directing your attention back to October 11th, 2022, you said at that time you were in the general division section of the investigation.
Can you hear that okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And obviously you've been sitting here for the last day and a half, so tell us how it is that you got involved in this case that happened at 1270 Parish Avenue involving the death of Rachelle Brewsaugh.
I was driving back to the police department when I received a phone call from my supervisor, Lieutenant Patrick Herb, who is the lieutenant over the investigation section, the general, actually technically all investigations. He called and advised me that there was a deceased female at 1270 Parish, and there was a mail party there, and there were officers heading out at the scene presently. He wanted me initially to respond to the scene. So I was driving to headquarters. I advised that I was going to go pick up my notebook and a camera to go out there. However, once I got to the department, he called and advised that Detective Huckey had already gone out to the scene, and Detective Keep was out there as well, or going out there. and asked me to stay at headquarters because patrol was going to bring in the mail party that was at the residence.
Okay. And who did that mail party that was at the residence? Who did that?
Toby Madden.
Did you ultimately have contact with the mail that was at the residence that was being brought back to headquarters?
Yes, sir. I did.
Okay. And did you see that individual in court today?
Yes, sir. He's seated to my left. He's seated at the defense table next to Mr. Wilder. He's wearing a blue shirt and khaki pants.
All right, that's the record reflect what you said.
Khaki. Khaki.
The record will
Khaki
so reflect.
pants.
And
We call it
you said
khaki.
there's other police officers brought into the-
Khaki.
That's correct.
Do you remember who the officer was involved?
I believe it was Officer Volchkov, but I don't recall. It was in fact him.
Okay. Where did you first make contact with Toby Madden?
When I first saw Mr. Madden, he was actually in an interview room across the hall from where our office was.
So you did not see the defendant actually being brought into the police department?
No, sir.
First contact you had with him was inside the police department in the interview room?
Yes, sir.
Okay. When you first made contact with Toby Madden, tell us about your observations that you made about him.
Mr. Madden was distraught. He was crying. He was wearing a bright colored green shirt. I observed that it had some what appeared to be blood on the shirt, as well as a pair of black shorts.
I don't
believe, and
mind
he had
it. I think
white
it
high-top
suits him.
basketball shoes.
So you observed what you thought was maybe some dry blood on the.
Accentuate
Yes, sir.
back the masculine jawline.
There seemed to be some blood on the shoes as well.
You said he was visibly distraught.
Yes, sir.
Now, if you remember, the first responder, the detective lady with the aqua jacket on, she was the first one on scene, and she arrived to see him attempting to do CPR on the victim, which would explain the blood on the clothes.
Obviously, you attempted the interview. Can you tell us what sort of information were you able to get from Mr. Madden?
When I initially went into the room, I spoke with Mr. Madden, introduced myself, and advised him that I was trying to figure out what happened on Parrish Avenue. I advised him I needed his help in trying to determine what had transpired, and so we tried speaking with him. He was very upset. He did tell me he would say certain things. He told me that there were 3 guys there. They were supposed to be from the city. I needed to find them, and find out what happened to Rachelle. We did go through, and he did advise me that it was Rachelle Brewsaugh was the female that was at the scene. I did show him a photo to verify that we were talking about the same person. He just kept repeating about, said that he was sleeping and he's not sure what happened. He just woke up and found her and then started yelling for help. So based on, but he did repeatedly say that there were parties in the residence and that I needed to find out who they were and that they supposedly worked for the city.
And did he tell you at first or initially where he was sleeping?
Yes, madam.
He said he was in the chair in the room
Can I help you?
next to where Miss Brewsaugh's body was recovered.
Oh. Wonder if Brian knows anything about that.
At some point, I'm jumping ahead a little bit, but State's Exhibit 43, does that appear to be what's kind of in pink? Does that appear to be the chair that he was referring to that he was initially sleeping in that front room?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. All right, and at some point, did you have an opportunity to take some photographs of the defendant, Toby Madden?
Yes, I did.
Okay. If I may push the shoulder.
All right. He submits some photos and then we'll watch them being published.
October 11th. So it shows the shirt, the shorts, and the shoes. And then I took photos of his arms due to the fact that he had appeared to be scratch marks on an arm, and then I think he had an abrasion on his right arm. And then towards the end, there's also photos of his chest area appear to be scratches across his chest and along his back.
And,
Jimmy.
Detective, all those photographs, I'll ask you a question about them all in one. Do those photos truly fairly and accurately depict how you saw, defendant Toby Madden that day at the police department, the clothing and the injuries you saw on his body?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Your Honor, I would ask that 79-288 be admitted and permission to publish.
Any objection? Will be admitted and may be published.
All right, so detective, it's ever easier for you with the court's permission if you'd rather step down from the point or if you want to circle on the screen, whatever.
It's the pointer's being off.
Oh, yes, you probably can. So I said you're a big guy. We've heard about that. Yes, please. What are we looking at here in State's Exhibit?
This is Mr. Madden inside our interview room where I first met him. This is the shirt and shorts and shoes that he was wearing. This obviously was the first part that I noticed. It appeared to be the dried blood on the shirt. And there's also, I believe, some on the.
Yeah.
Obviously, you heard Detective Catherine Johnson, Katie Johnson, but then Officer Katie Johnson. Had you received information that when she initially made contact with Mr. Madden, he was
Histoplasmosis,
Brewsaugh,
Ohio Valley fever.
impressions and giving life-saving measures?
Yes, sir. And Mr. Madden also told me that as well, that he was trying to breathe life in, or breathe air into it.
Okay. And then,
Interesting, very interesting. There you go, Leonard and Nitz.
And tell us what it is that you were seeing and why it is.
Thanks, Bry.
You were, was it Detective Trennan that actually took this photo?
I did. This is Mr. Madden's forearm, this area here. And there's a red scratch along, going down the arm.
Yeah, that's his right forearm. Oh, sorry, that's his left forearm, sorry. Okay. Does that show up? If you would, go ahead and trace again what it is that you're seeing.
It's this area here. There's like a smaller mark there.
Okay. It's safe to say that it was easier to see in person than on this photograph?
Yes.
Okay. But you took this photograph because you're saying that you saw a scratch in that area that State's Exhibit 80.
Yes, sir.
All right, State's Exhibit 81, please. And what are we looking at here?
That's the same forearm, but with a measuring device placed for scale. And you can see the red mark going down here and here.
So you actually visibly saw two red scratch mark lines?
Yes, sir.
State's Exhibit 82. So I don't want to mess things up. Now we're looking at this one.
Yes, sir.
Okay. What are we looking at State's Exhibit 82?
It's a red abrasion on the same, the forearm area, this area right through here.
State's Exhibit 83.
It's the same abrasion area with the scale, as you see, it's right in that area there.
And the abrasion, are you talking about just what's in the middle there? or-
No, it's a red where I'm circling. This whole area is red all around that area.
State's Exhibit 84. And I'll let you explain which arm this is, what it is you're seeing.
Well, there's a scratch mark going along there.
And which arm is that?
I think that's the back of his leg.
Was that the back of his leg?
With this calf.
Okay. So you say State's Exhibit 84 is actually a leg wound.
I believe.
State's Exhibit 85.
This is Mr. Madden without his shirt. There are multiple scratches going horizontally across his chest.
How many lines or how many different scratch lines were you visibly able to see?
There's multiple. The darker one here, here, and smaller ones.
State's Exhibit 86.
This is a close-up of the scratches. So there's the
It actually looks like he's moving when he's touching the board.
State's Exhibit 87.
it's the scratches again on the chest, but with the scale.
That's a little more close up here.
Yes, sir.
And then State's Exhibit 88.
Those are multiple scratches that were on the defendant's lower left side on his back.
How many different scratch lines do you see here?
Well, it's almost they run parallel. There's 3 darker ones, but each one has a lighter one running parallel to it.
All right, thank you, Detective. If I may approach the witness.
You may.
All right, so he goes through the next batch of photos. I will L through them until he publishes. Oh, no, we'll go through the packet.
Uh,
The green T-shirt.
Officially asked the 217 be admitted in permission to publish to the jury and have the detective step down and share place.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, it'll be admitted and the detective may share the jurors.
Who's it that we're looking at here, detective?
This is the green shirt that Mr. Madden was wearing when he came to the police department. There's
There you go.
blood.
Does the name ring a bell? Leonard Handnitz. It still doesn't roll off the tongue. I'll get used to it.
And detective, during this interview or your interaction with the defendant, Toby Madden, did you attempt to take or did you take a DNA standard?
Yes, sir, I did.
If you could educate the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what is a DNA standard?
A DNA standard is typically performed by taking a buccal swab, which is basically a Q-tip, a cotton swab, and you swab the inside of the mouth region. And then that is then subsequently placed in initially in a cardboard box typically, and then inside a paper envelope.
Okay. And what is the investigative use for obtaining a DNA standard from an individual?
The DNA can be sent to, we send ours to BCI, the Bureau of Criminal Investigations, and they can use that from the buccal swab. They can get a DNA profile of the party and then use that to compare against other items of DNA evidence.
And if I may approach your honor.
You may.
And I forgot to show you the shirt. I'm sorry. I'm handing you, it's been marked as State's Exhibit 223. Let me ask you, would you like separate gloves because of the one that you're okay?
No, sir.
I'm eventually going to ask you to.
Yes, sir.
Okay. What are we looking at in State's Exhibit 223?
This is the buccal swab that was taken from Mr. Madden by Detective Trenham and I inside the investigations interview room.
Lovely.
With the court's permission, I'd ask you to open it and show it.
Mm-hmm.
On the
Likewise?
yes, sir.
Okay. So would you have taken two different swabs or two different?
Let's all look at a Q-tip.
I would ask permission.
Yay.
Open up the plastic, and once you take the swab, you're inside the cheek, then you can place it back in the plastic.
I suppose not everyone watches trials like we do. The jury needs to know. And this, whilst it's running okay now, the prosecutor is very, very disorganized. So there's a lot of breaks between him presenting evidence to this witness. So don't mind if I just zip through the pauses.
And I assume at some point either you or other detectives that were assisting you had that item sent off to BCI for testing. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. And I assume before you would swab an individual for DNA, I assume you do measures like wash your hands and make sure that your hands are free of anything that might damage the DNA sample?
Yes, but we also wear gloves.
Okay. All right, so after you take the photographs and get the swabs from the defendant, do you guys have any other brief conversation about where you ultimately wound up sleeping or anything like that in the room or in the house?
Yes, I continue to talk to Mr. Madden.
This is bizarre.
He advised that he was really tired and that he had initially been in the adjacent room to the front room on that couch. And then at some point in time, he got up and went into the room that Detective Huckey referred to as the front room. I verified that we were talking about the same room when I spoke with Mr. Madden. Said there was a room that didn't have furniture in it. It was just a flat floor. He said, but there's no bedding there. So he said he was just sleeping on the ground.
Who does that? Who gets out of a nice, comfy recliner to go and lay on the bare floorboards? No blanket, no pillow, nothing. That don't make sense to me.
So he advised that at some point in time, he did hear some screaming, but he wasn't sure if it was just in his dream or whether that was in fact the case. He said that's the room he was in when
bullshit.
he woke up, walked out, and then found Miss Brewsaugh on the ground.
Mhm.
Did he tell you how many days it had been since he had slept?
He said he hadn't slept in a couple of days.
Did you ask him if he knew anybody that wanted to harm Miss Brewsaugh?
I did.
Ants on fire.
He said he didn't know anybody that would want to hurt her.
At some point, did he tell you that there were some people that were after him?
Yes, sir. As we continue that conversation.
I wonder if his poor sleeping habits had anything to do with the prior conviction of the suitcase of 300 grams of methamphetamines. I actually worked that out last night. In that amount in Australia on the street here is about $120,000 worth, I think, Australian dollars. 120,000 minimum, allegedly.
I assume at some point you get some updates, since you're at the police department. Are you the lead detective that's assigned to this case?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I assume that you're getting updates from other detectives that are at the residence at 1270 Parish Avenue?
Yes, sir. I spoke with Detective Huckey after I'd gone in and out speaking with Mr. Madden a couple times. I walked out, contacted Detective Huckey. He advised me that Ms. Brewsaugh had multiple stab wounds and she appeared to have defensive wounds on her arms and wrist area.
I assume that you or other members of the police department would have gotten a search warrant probably before Huckey went in. Did you get a search warrant, or did you make some observations and then get a warrant?
That was in the process of them. I believe that was after the warrant had been typed.
Okay. At some point, did you wind up going to?
Yes, sir, I did.
The city of Hamilton, Butler County, Ohio?
Yes, it is.
And when you got there, take us through some of the observations that you made. Let me ask you this: do you remember about what time you got out?
I believe I got out there around maybe 3:30, 4 o'clock.
Okay. And if you don't remember, that's fine. You know about what time the 911 call was?
I don't recall.
Tell us, if you would, what observations were made when you got to the residence?
I pulled up. The scene was still secured, roped off. I walked up, met with Detective Huckey. He walked me into the front of the residence. At that point in time, I saw Miss Brewsaugh on the ground. She was still there. She had a black Planet Fitness shirt. She had multiple holes in it, cuts. And then there was a couch. There was an overturned cabinet of some sort next to her on the ground. There was blood on the walls and on the floor. And then the area that Mr. Madden had described where he was sleeping, I could see that bedding that I'd identified before.
And I assume at some point during this time, you also probably tried to track down or figure out who these 3 city workers are and who had been at the residence that day?
Yes, sir.
Tell us what it is you did or how it is that you got that done.
I contacted the city utilities department and they did advise me that they had a work order and that they were at that residence in the morning. I asked Detective Botts and Detective Nickteen to go talk to the city workers, and eventually I did have them send me the city send me a copy of the work order for that residence.
And those would have been the city workers that were in here earlier to testify?
Yes, sir.
And I assume at some point, I know it sounds like you've gone back and forth between the house and the police department, the police department.
Yes, sir.
Tell us how it is, or did you eventually aid and assist in the search warrant that was undertaken at the residence at 1270 Parish Avenue?
I did.
And did you go into the basement area of 1270 Parish Avenue?
I did.
Okay. And why did you go down there?
Detective Keep was searching that area. He called up, typically yelling for the camera. I walked down to the area. He advised that he had found this green vest, and inside it was a phone and Mr. Madden's wallet, but it was down in the basement.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, State's Exhibit 61, I think, has already been admitted. I would ask permission to publish that.
Permission is granted.
All right, what are we looking at here in State's Exhibit 61, and with the court's permission, if you would like to step down the point, different things, please do.
Permission is granted.
This is the green vest that Detective Keith had found down in the basement. That is the cell phone that was in the vest, and that's the wallet that contained Mr. Madden's, some of his credit cards, EBT card, and his ID.
All right, State's Exhibit 62.
This is the underside of the vest, the key with the red top, and then a SIM card to a cell phone.
Okay. And the key that's in State's Exhibit 13, do we ever figure out where that key went to?
No.
Okay. The SIM card that's in State's Exhibit 12, was that ever analyzed or gone through?
Yes, it was sent to BCI, their phone analyst.
And anything of evidentiary value that you found pertinent to this case?
It was registered to Mr. Madden.
I believe you can go ahead and have a seat. Thank you, please. Okay, Commissioner Rachelle.
Oh, okay.
Sure, Defense Counsel, Mr. Marcus, State's Exhibit 211. Said you need bigger ones. And what is State's Exhibit 211, please?
This is the jacket that was found in the basement.
And with court's permission, I'd ask if you would please open that up so we can take a look at it.
Permission is granted.
We'll hear about some of those flags that are falling off. All right, what are we looking at here in State's Exhibit 211?
This is the green vest that was recovered in the basement.
That's what would have been in State's Exhibit 61 and 62?
Yes, sir.
And what observations did you make as you collected that vest and looked at it?
By looking at it, it has several spots which appear to have contained blood. And then one of the things about it was also there's a cut in the front of it. And then there was also blood on the back portion of it too, as well.
With the court's permission, I'd ask the detective to allow us to step down and show, ladies and gentlemen, what it is that he's referring to.
Permission is granted.
I'll collect the stickers.
This is. Yes. There's the cut. The little flags were marking where the blood spots
And were those tags applied by you or a different detective?
were. Detective Trent.
You'll hear from him at some point in this trial.
You may.
State's Exhibit 212. What are we looking at here in State's Exhibit 12?
This is the wallet that I showed you in the photo that was found with the green jacket.
If you put up State's Exhibit 61 again, if it's permission.
Permission is granted.
Is that the wall that we see here in State's Exhibit 10?
Yes.
Okay. When the green vest was found, was the wallet laying on top of that, or was that in the pocket of some kind?
I believe it was in the, there's a, I guess I should say, there's a zipper pocket in the front part of the vest, and it was inside of there.
And I apologize.
Yeah.
I'll reapproach you. But I should have asked you that.
Yeah. So the zipper is up here on the upper left side by the zipper, the pocket here. So there's what next to it. And this, it was inside here.
Okay.
Keep your eye out for State's Exhibit number 66. That becomes important later, and I missed it in the first round, so let me know if you hear it. We're at 61 at the moment, and I tried to go through yesterday's, but I can't find it. So 66, 6 and 6.
All right, and what is contained in State's Exhibit 212, if you would please? What are the
Wallet.
different items that are inside this wallet?
So there's two items in there. One is a wallet with miscellaneous cards inside and a dollar bill inside. And this is it's a USB, it's a reader, I think, or like, so we can, if you have I think it's like a mini SD card or something like that, you can plug it into a computer.
Okay. Was there anything of evidentiary value that was on that?
No, there's nothing stored on it.
Okay. And what are the miscellaneous cards that were inside the wallet of State's Exhibit 212?
I pulled the cards out and then I eventually photographed all of them. It's Toby Madden's US bank card and a couple of prepaid cards to Toby Madden, a state ID for a Wilma Derman, and Department of Human Services ID for a Wilma Derman, and then Mr. Madden's driver's license or state ID, driver's license, and then just a blank gift card, Toby Madden's Ohio direction card with his name on it, and then a Skyline gift card and a Chick-fil-A card of some sort.
Okay, so there's about 5 or 6 cards
Yeah.
that are inside the wallet that have Toby Madden's name.
Well, we've had the backdoor reference. We've had the Chick-fil-A reference. We're waiting on the Walmart reference.
Yes, sir.
And I believe you mentioned the female's name.
Wilma Derman.
All right, do we know who that is?
I believe it's a relative of Mr. Madden's.
I wonder if he was collecting her social security checks.
Mother.
And when items such as these, like the jacket, we're going to get into a few more of the items, when they are collected from a scene like 1270 Parish Avenue, where would those items be taken to?
They'd be brought back to the Hamilton Police Department. Then once they are tagged, sealed, secured, and documented, they are placed into our property room.
Okay. And when items are collected by the City of Hamilton Police Department and placed into a property room, I assume that not just everybody has access to the property room. If you kind of explain how your property room works and how access can be gained to items inside the property room.
So whenever we take evidence in, the evidence, like I said, it's there's a log sheet where we'll write down everything that we have, especially when it's multiple items. From then, we'll take those items and place them into a locker. Once you place it in the locker and turn the key, you're no longer able to, actually, I'm sorry, it's a button you press that locks the locker. You're no longer able to gain access to it, and nobody else can use that locker. The only person that can get to the items is the property room officer. She's the only one that has access to the property room.
The
She can
property
remove the
bag.
items from the other side. And then she takes the log, compares to make sure that everything that's on the log is the same as what she has. Item-wise, she places that into the computer, and from then she places these items on a shelf or wherever she has them kept and stored.
Okay. Thank you, sir. I will collect that as well. And with the court's permission, if I can, let's State's Exhibit 42 open and over there.
Permission is granted.
All right, Detective, what are we looking at here in State's Exhibit 42?
It's a black zip-up bag that was located in the front room, the same room where Miss Brewsaugh was found.
Okay. And is this a bag that you wound up going through?
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay, and if I may approach you on it.
Permission is granted.
Showing defense counsel, it's marked as State's Exhibit 214. Have you identified what's in State's Exhibit 214? Or what's, I'm sorry, Ben. Have you identified what State's Exhibit 214 is?
It's a black bag, purse, and the contents of the purse.
Okay, and I assume that you've gone through the contents of the black bag or the purse?
Yes, sir.
Okay, generally speaking, I know there's one item that I want to go into detail with, but what sort of items were inside of this bag?
There were miscellaneous papers belonging to Miss Brewsaugh, and I think there might have been a couple with Mr. Madden's name on it. There were multiple keys. Some of the keys were actually similar to the red top key that was found in the basement.
Was there any sort of purse or something that contained the ID of Miss Brewsaugh in there?
There were cards, and I believe her ID from her employment was inside here as well.
Okay. As you went through the black bag or the purse, or whatever you'd like to call it, did you find any sort of knife in there?
Yes, sir.
If you would, first of all, point, with court's permission, if you'd like to stand up and point to where it is in the bag that you found the knife that we're going to talk about.
While searching the bag in this front zipper compartment in here, I opened it up, and in it was a red Swiss Army knife.
Okay. And if you don't remember, that's fine. Was there anything else that was found inside of that particular pouch?
There's miscellaneous items.
Okay. Madam Chair, Defense Counsel, with regard to State's Exhibit 215. I have a question on it.
You may.
State's Exhibit 215. What does that appear to use to be?
This is a box that contains the Swiss Army knife multi-tool that I removed from that black bag.
And with court's permission, I ask for the
Permission is granted.
Tell me if this is too fast. I've bumped it up a bit. Now, this is the knife.
All right, what are we looking at here? This is State's Exhibit 215.
This is the Swiss Army multi-tool that I found in the black bag.
Okay. When you initially found this Swiss Army knife or utility knife, what observations did you make about this knife?
I was opening up, since it appeared to be a stabbing, I was opening up to check the various blades in the knife. When I opened this one here, I could see that there was water inside the knife, which was strange because it was sitting in a bag. However, based on the fact at this point in time, we knew there had been
It's not,
blood in
is
the
it?
sink in the bathroom. That's what really caught my attention to it. And then I had Detective Hucky come over to, and I showed him.
Crocodile
you
Dundee.
said you were handling this knife there,
Mhm.
that you were gonna gloves on?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and with the court's permission, I would ask the 215 be admitted in evidence, and if permission for the detective to show the ladies and gentlemen of the jury where it is that you visually saw the water.
Any objection? All right, it'll be admitted, and the detective may show the.
That knife was found partially concealed in the cabinet that was sort of on its side next to the victim. It was sort of hidden in the back of that. What line forms on the right? What line? What a line. How can I know?
So this is
Please explain. I don't understand what you're talking about.
Did you visually notice anything else on the blade?
There also appeared to be some dark specks on it, which I thought could possibly be blood.
I think it turned out that was nothing else, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Oh, I think I just got it. You were quoting Crocodile Dundee, weren't you? Sorry. Bit slow today. Oh, okay. Yeah, no. Crocodile Dundee says that's not a knife. This is a knife from Paul Hogan.
This is another item.
Classic.
That would have been packaged up by you or other detectives and taken to the property room?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, so.
It's got bags and bags of it.
So far, it's from October the 11th of 2022, is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Now, I'm going to take you into. The police department to go to an autopsy where very well might be rule of homicide of some kind.
Yes, sir. Typically, they want the investigating officers or detectives to be there in case the examiners have any questions for you about anything at the scene or something like that. Plus, we also exchange the photos that we took from the scene as well as photos they took when they showed up to remove the body.
Okay. And I would assume that at the autopsy, you along with the coroner's investigators would have taken several items of evidentiary value. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
It's what's referred to as a blood ID card. The coroner's office, when they are examining a body, will take the blood from the victim, and we use that to take the BCI for comparison for DNA.
Okay, so similar to the swab that you had taken from the defendant, it's just it's an evidentiary item that you're able to take to the lab to test at a later point.
That is correct.
Two 26 and 227.
These are fingernail clippings from the left hand and the right hand of Rachelle Brewsaugh that the coroner's office collected as part of their investigation, part of their autopsy.
And what would those, I think some of them are labeled like clippings and some are labeled like scrapings.
Yes.
Okay.
So the clippings are when they actually clip the nails. The scrapings are all the items found underneath the nails.
Okay. And what is the purpose or the reason or why would the City Hamilton Police Department ask for these items to be collected?
Due to the fact that it appeared that she was involved in a struggle based on the defense one she had, we requested that these be collected in case we needed DNA. Yes, sir. This is the left hand fingernail clippings and fingernail scrapings.
Lovely. I suppose you've got to admit evidence somehow, don't you?
I'm sure defense counsel would like to speak to the 2K.
Tool stab wounds.
Is that item was collected at the coroner's office?
Yes, it was.
And with court's permission, if I can give it a-
Yes.
Permission is granted.
I think this might be her top. I think. Possibly.
And Detective Whitson's State's Exhibit 210 is that the shirt that was collected at the coroner's office?
It is.
That's a shirt that was worn by the victim in this case, Rachelle Brewsaugh.
It is.
I'm asking 210 to be admitted information to publish to the jury.
Any objection? All right, it'll be admitted and it may be published.
Tell us about some of the observations if you want me to help you.
Oh, no, it's fine. The shirt is obviously saturated blood, it's actually, that's it now. You see blood up here up top, it's dry, and there's multiple holes in it, jacket cuts in the shirt. But they can go around to the side of the shirt. Some of their various sizes.
It needs to shine a light up inside it.
Jacket cuts along the bottom, shirt, middle.
Poor woman. So has anyone been convinced beyond a reasonable doubt yet?
Did you also collect the right,
They presented enough yet?
from Mr. Madden today on, August the, I'm sorry, October 11, 2022?
I did in the interview room.
Okay, 242, 242.
These are the shoes that he was wearing
243 is the.
when he was interviewed.
242 is the right.
Yes, sir.
All right, Detective, I'm going to eventually ask you about some things that happened a couple of weeks later on October 26th of 2022. So obviously we have the time from, you went to the autopsy, collected some of the items that you talked about. That was on October the 12th. So in between October the 12th, the autopsy and items that you collected, and October 26th, where we're going to talk about a search warrant that was done in contact with Kroger. Educate the ladies and gentlemen of the jury about some of the other things that you were doing during those couple of weeks.
During that time, I also, between doing follow-up interviews with for background information, other parties that came forward when they heard about what happened on the from what they saw in the news, I also made a trip to BCI to take evidence up there, and then mostly supplemental background information. I did a search warrant on the GMC, Ms. Brewsaugh's vehicle that Detective Huckey showed you in the photos. I also followed up on Mr. Madden had told me in one of the interviews while we were talking that there were people following him around Kroger the night before, that he'd been at Kroger, and that they followed him up and down aisles, and he thought they were trying to abduct him. So based on that, I went to Kroger on Route 4, which is the closest Kroger to that location.
And that would have been the one that Mr. Conley, you testified before, you were 2 witnesses before you talked about the work.
That's correct.
Okay, I got you off.
No, that's fine. So by going there, I had the information from Mr. Madden's card, and I asked them if they could run that through their system to see if he did in fact use his card there at their store. They were able to find that he was in the store around 7:40 p.m. Checking out. I requested the video from Kroger for that incident. Initially, they could only show it to me. They weren't able to download it yet. They had to get a tech person to do it. So I took some photos on my phone just to see what he was wearing. I went back to the police department and looked through the crime scene photos, and I observed some of the items that Mr. Madden was wearing the night before were in our crime scene photos. So based on that, I typed up a second search warrant for the residence.
Okay, so let me stop you there. So you said that Mr. Madden would have been at the Kroger on Route 4, Erie Highway. You said the night before at about 7:40?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that would be October the 10th, 2022.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I believe if I may approach the witness, Your Honor.
Okay.
I'm showing you what Mr. Conley has State's Exhibit 89. Are you aware of what the contents of State's Exhibit 89 are?
I am.
And what are the contents of State's Exhibit 89?
It's the security video from the Kroger on South Erie Highway here in the city of Hamilton, Butler County, Ohio. And it shows Mr. Madden using the self-checkout on 10/10/22.
And I know that I'm initially probably wasn't on, I want to make sure I have the right time, on 10/26. That's when you visually look at the video from Kroger.
Correct.
Kind of made some, I think you maybe made a video off your phone.
Yes.
But then you were taking some screenshots from your phone. And then went back to the police department, looked through some of the photos, and you saw some items that were familiar to you. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. Would you like to talk about the Kroger video first, the still photos?
Sure.
Or the search warrant?
We
Second search warrant.
can talk about the video.
Okay. If I approach the witness, Your Honor.
Okay.
I'm going to refer to State's Exhibits 90 through 101. They're all photos. And what are we looking at in State's Exhibits 90 through 101? Let me ask you this. I'm
All right.
through 90 through.
Angles. So the items predominantly show Mr. Madden at the U-Scan self-checkout on 10/10/22. And then the last few photos show just the, from the entrance video camera, just him leaving after paying for them.
Okay. So then why don't I do this? Let me take this back.
Yes, sir.
Actually, 89 is the actual video itself, is that correct?
Yes.
Videos itself.
Yes, sir.
Of course, you mentioned, I'm just going to go ahead and play some of the Kroger videos first.
That's fine. It's been admitted.
So this is the CCTV footage from the Kroger store the night before, showing the clothing that the defendant was wearing, and being able to compare it to what's been admitted into evidence.
I think it's got the-
Come on, get your IT together. Oh, yes, they go up and have a sidebar, and Mr. Madden starts getting agitated, and so they turned the audio off.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our afternoon break at this time. So I will give you 15 minutes. Ask that you return at 3:10, and please remember my recess instructions.
And once the jury leaves, the argument resumes, and they keep the audio off. Damn it.
The jurors have been excused from the courtroom. Is there anything else for the record before we break?
I believe so, Your Honor.
Your Honor, I was looking at, I just wanted to bring up one item. If you pull up,
Are we being recorded?
We are on the record.
okay, I want to be on record. Can you pull up state exhibit number 66, please? Please?
66 wants to know what.
I don't want to. How come I'm not allowed to have it on record? It's a stick that's on there. I want it to be seen.
Yeah, cut audio. So he wants exhibit 66, and I couldn't find it. I was trying to go back on yesterday's stream, and I could not find what 66 was. So yeah, they continue arguing, and then they go for their recess, and then they come back, and the judge admonishes him, and then they continue on with their direct of the investigator. 6:34, and then we watch the video at Kruger's.
Which, and I believe he purchased some mini candy bars.
Right.
And I'm going to stop here, Detective. What is it that we're looking at here? The state's exhibit 89.
This is the Kroger video, the overhead camera of the U-scan. The party walking up right now is Mr. Madden.
And what observations are you making here at state's exhibit 89?
He seems to be purchasing a Mountain Dew Code Red. It's a sandwich, and I believe he purchased some mini candy bars as well.
And you recognize any of the clothing?
Yes, sir. He's wearing the green vest that I showed earlier to the jury.
And the gray shirt that he's wearing, we're going to hear a little bit about that in a second.
Yes, sir.
Good morning, Kelly. Good
What clothing
morning.
do we see that is in accordance to you in this, about the 57, actually, I'll just say the 1940 timeframe?
Mr. Madden's wearing a gray and black baseball hat. He has a dark gray shirt on underneath the vest. He has light colored shorts, and then he has a pair of Nike KD shoes.
KD, would that be for Kevin Durant?
Yes, sir.
We got me a Snickers bar. Well, we got me 2 Snickers bars.
Here he's taking his wallet from the zipped up part of the jacket.
And that's where it is that you found the wallet the day of the search warrant on October 11th, 2022?
Yes, sir.
He's looking around. He looks really dodgy just doing that.
I believe that's all we see of Mr. Madden in this video.
That's correct, sir.
Mr. Hopper, if you can. Thank you. Yep, sure is. That's gonna be too. Okay, Mr. Hopper. Right, what are we looking at here, Detective?
This is the exit camera for Kroger's. It's actually on a different system. At the time, they had two different systems running. So this is as you leave the U-scan and walk out the front of the Kroger out to the main entrance. So that's Mr. Madden walking out. You see the clothing that he's wearing, carrying his bag, and then he just looks in the bag and just walks out the front door.
And you didn't see anybody chasing him or anything like that, did you?
No, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Hopper. If I may approach you, Mr. Hopper. I think I already asked you a little bit about these. I'm going to go ahead and ask again. State's Exhibits 93.
Yes, sir.
And Detective, what are those pictures or photos of?
As I stated before, these are the still shots that I took from that video that you just watched of Mr. Madden at the U-scan.
And are those all true, fair, and accurate still shots that you would have taken from State's Exhibits 89?
Yes, sir.
I would ask permission, I'd ask for those to be admitted and permission to publish. No. All right, what are we looking at of note on State's Exhibit 90?
This is when Mr. Madden first comes up to the U-scan. You can see it's a top-down shot. You can see the gray and black hat, the green and black vest, along with a gray shirt and shorts and his gym shoes.
I know we're going to talk a little bit about the gray shirt here in a second. Do you notice anything on either the green and black vest or the gray shirt of note?
No, sir. There's no holes or blood appear to be on either item.
All right, State's Exhibit 91.
Another view, once again, of the green vest, the hat, and the shirt. There seems to be no blood or damage to either item.
92.
Again, a closer up look. There's no holes, no cuts, no blood.
State's Exhibit 93.
This is, again, no blood, no cuts, no holes, and that's the part of the gray vest that I showed the jury that had the hole in it when it was recovered on the 11th.
State's Exhibit 94.
The vest, the shoes, the shorts.
Is this one of the photos that you're able to use to determine or figure out what kind of shoe was on the foot of Mr. Madden on October 11th?
Yep.
October 10th.
Yes, sir.
State's Exhibit 95.
Again, Mr. Madden, another overhead view. There's no cuts, no holes, no blood.
State's Exhibit 96.
A more complete look at the jacket. As you can see, there's no hole, no cut in the jacket, no blood, and none on the shirt either.
All right, we get it.
State's Exhibit 97.
Again, the view, no.
Mm-hmm.
State's Exhibit 100.
And he
Mr. Madden
leaves.
walking out carrying his groceries, looking straight ahead.
I think I had to explain this. So initially, you went into Kroger and you were able to view this video, you were able to record aspects of it, take some still shots. You did not get the full videos until a little bit later, is that correct?
Correct.
But when you did watch the video there at the store and took some still photos, were you able to get the second search warrant for the residence on Parish Avenue?
Yes, sir, I was.
Okay.
Now, the importance of that is that they initially searched the property the day of the incident, and the second search warrant was issued 15 days later, and they did not secure the crime scene at all. Nothing for those 15 days.
And why were you interested in getting a second search warrant for the residence on Parish Avenue?
Because we had recovered the vest, we found it with the cut and the blood. From viewing the video, I knew that that gray shirt, or appeared to be that gray shirt, was on the ground next to the vest where it was located down in the basement. Also, going through the photos, I saw the hat. I wasn't sure if that had any evidentiary item value. And then I was also looking for the shorts and the shoes that Mr. Madden had on the night before.
Okay. So you got another search warrant or a second search warrant for the address at 1270 Parish Avenue?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And for the ladies and gentlemen, I know we've took a break. So what day was that second search warrant done at the residence at 1270 Parish Avenue?
I believe it was the 27th of October, approximately 15 days later. 26.
And you said that when you watched the video from Kroger, there were some clothing items that were unique to you that you were interested in.
Yes, sir.
And if the court's permission, I believe State's Exhibit 61 is right. Permission to publish 61 again.
That's the pile of clothing in the basement.
And what is of interest in State's Exhibit 61?
The green vest that we initially recovered, next to it is a gray workman shirt, similar to what Mr. Madden had on the day before at Kroger.
Come on.
Okay. On the screen in front of you, you have State's Exhibit 249.
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay. What is State's Exhibit 249?
It's a photo from inside the residence at 1270 Parish that was taken on the 11th of October, 2022. It shows a brown dark wood board on the ground on top of the laminate, and then in the upper left-hand corner is a gray black hat.
Okay. So again, that's another clothing item that you saw on the initial search warrant on October the 11th, 2022, that you're interested in looking for 15 days later.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd ask the 249 be admitted and permission to publish.
Any objections? It'll be admitted and it may be published.
If you would show us, tell us what it is we're looking at in State's Exhibit 249.
As I said, this is the wood board that was found on the ground while Detective Huckey was documenting the scene. There's blood on the top portion of it, as well as some footprints on the board. And then the gray black hat appeared to be the same as from the video of Kroger's, is in the upper left-hand corner of the photo.
Oh, yeah. It's squashed.
All right, Detective, and if I can approach the issue.
You may.
Mr. Wild, I'm going to show 102. 102, 101. Detective, if I can maybe look at State's Exhibits 102, 109. I'll ask you.
It is some photos from the second search warrant, predominantly of the basement area, as well as upstairs in the kitchen. Well, what would have been the kitchen, where there's a bag, the Kroger bag, along with the content receipt and some wrappers from the purchase the day before Kroger.
State's Exhibits 102 through 109, are those all true, fair, and accurate depictions of the subject matter contained therein, the pictures of the second search warrant you did at 1270 Parish Avenue?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd ask the 102 through 109 be admitted and permission to publish.
Any objections? No objection. They'll be admitted and they may be published.
All right, and what are we looking at here in State's Exhibit 102?
This is the steps, the stairs that go down into the basement. This is from the top of the landing, looking down the steps into the basement.
Okay, 103?
This is the basement again. This is the second time. So it's, I think, similar to the picture Detective Huckey had earlier. It shows the back wall, or I guess that wall that you see straight ahead is the wall, the basement to the front of the house.
State's Exhibit 104.
The gray shirt.
And if you would, why don't you go and either circle it on the screen or get the point, whichever one.
That's a massive a massive job to fix that place up. And someone, can't remember whether it was last night in my chat or if it was in Baker's chat, but they said that they bought the house for 70,000. But yeah, big renovation job, big.
State Exhibit 105.
That is the, sorry, that is the Kroger bag that was up in the kitchen area.
106.
Receipt in the Kroger, in the Kroger bag.
And that corresponded with the time on the video that we just watched.
Yes, sir.
107.
The gray and black hat.
But to be fair, that's a picture of the hat of the police department, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. 108.
The Kroger bag, along with the empty Snickers wrapper was inside of it.
And again, that's a picture taken by the police department.
Yes, sir.
109.
Just interior, looking down into the bag, the receipt and the Kroger, or I'm sorry, the Snickers.
If I may approach the witness, Your Honor.
I feel like a Snickers bar now.
That's the one, if you could put that up on the screen. State Exhibit 104, that's the shirt that you see there?
That's correct.
That's also the shirt, the same shirt that you saw, when we saw in State Exhibit 61.
Yes, sir.
Actually, with the court's permission, if you can open that up, please.
Permission is granted.
And what are we looking at there at State Exhibit 218?
It's a Gray Dickies work shirt. It was the one that was recovered inside the residence in the basement.
Okay. And on the day that it was recovered during the second search warrant, did you make any visual observations about 218?
Yes, sir. There were numerous locations on it, appeared to have dried blood.
No, no, 218 be admitted and permission to publish.
Any objection? No. Will be admitted and it may be published.
With the court's permission, the detective can step down and show it to the jury, please.
Permission is granted.
Thank you, detective. State Exhibit 219. Let me approach the witness, Your Honor.
May.
State Exhibit 219.
Yes, sir.
Can you identify that, sir?
It's the gray hat that was seen in the photograph that we recovered from the residence.
Court's permission, to open that.
Permission is granted.
Come on. Oh, look at that.
That's the hat that you found during the second search warrant at 1270 Parish Avenue.
Yes, sir.
And to you, does that appear to be the same hat that's being worn? And with the court's permission, if I can display State Exhibit 94.
Granted.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, detective. 220.
Oh, what's inside this one? Oh, the receipt from Kruger's.
What methods or what means did the Hamilton Police do, especially on the second search warrant, to try and find your shoes?
As stated before, the basement area, there was no lighting. We brought in some supplemental lighting to help search initially. So conducted the second search warrant during the daylight hours to help see better in the basement. And then at that point in time, we went through every room, myself, Detective Trenham, and Detective Huckey, and searched for these items.
And the court's permission states Exhibit 100.
Granted.
The lighter colored shorts that Mr. Madden appears to be wearing, he states Exhibit 100. Were those any shorts that look like that ever found?
No, sir.
So they never found his shorts or his shoes.
The Hamilton Police do to try and find any other weapons that could have been inside the Parish Avenue residence during either one of these search warrants.
We searched, like I said, we searched all items around the house and inside the residence.
Okay, did you go through vents and things like that?
Yes, sir. The same photo that had the hat up in the upper left-hand corner. This is a closer up view of that board with the blood and the shoe prints.
Okay. Is that true, fair, and accurate a photo of what it is you observed? And this is going to be during the first search warrant on October 11, 2022.
Yes, sir.
Okay. On S 241, be admitted, permission to publish.
Any objection? No objection. Will be admitted and it may be published.
Okay. And what's the note to you here, Detective, on State Exhibit 241?
First of all, there's blood on the board, and then there are footprints that are made, which appears to be either some sort of white dust on top of the board. The footprints, however, are two different types.
Okay. So we'll start with the ones that are on the bottom first. Does that tread pattern look familiar to you, an item that you collected?
Yes.
What item would that be, sir?
The tread pattern is similar to the white shoes that Mr. Madden was wearing at the time that I interviewed him on the 11th, the white Reeboks.
If I may put you on. You might be able to use cases of 242 or 243, whichever one you like. With the court's permission, if you'd like to stand down and show what it is that you're looking at the bottom of the shoe and what you're looking at on this wooden board.
Permission is granted.
It's just the round circular pattern for the Reebok, which you can see in the middle there.
Okay.
Here's a little bit better.
If you,
Or the round circular on the bottom of the shoe.
with the court's permission, if the detective can stand closer to the jury. show you.
Permission is granted.
Thank you, detective. If I may push the
May.
show the defense counsel, these are my 244 and 245.
These are the shoes that he was wearing at Kroger's.
Detective, can I have you identify what 244 and 245 are?
Excuse me. 244 and 249 are still shots.
244 and 245.
I'm sorry, 244 and 245. 244 is the overhead shot from the Kroger You Stand video of Mr. Madden holding the bag, and you can see the top of the shoe that he's wearing that day. 245 is a close-up, a zoomed-in close-up of the shoe that he's wearing on that day.
The first one is a still photo that you would print off,
Yes, sir.
and the second one you would have zoomed in on that.
And took
Oh,
this.
sure.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Your Honor, as a 244 and 245 be admitted with permission from the commission.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, this will be admitted and they may be published.
I think you have to put them on the envelope. Yeah.
And what are we looking at here in states of 244?
As I stated, that's the overhead still shot of Mr. Madden at the You Stand Kroger the day before.
245.
That is a zoomed-in photo of the shoes that he's wearing on the day before this incident.
And they never recovered these.
These shoes are?
These are Kevin Durant Euro style Nike shoes.
And you told us that you were not able to find these shoes during the search warrants.
That's correct.
So what methods did you do to try and find out what KD9s look like, maybe what tread pattern is?
Initially, I wasn't able to even determine what type of the shoe was. So initially, I tried looking for shoes with an RD logo on top, but obviously it's not RD. So I took that photo, the second photo, 245, and placed it in the Google Images, and it gave me a selection of shoes. One of the shoes that came up was the Kevin Durant model shoes, and I could tell from that that was what the logo was on the tongue part of the shoe. However, there's dozens, actually,
See,
a lot.
Google
of
does
Kevin Durant, variety of
everything.
shoes. So I just started going individually because there's two different models. There's the KD version, and then there's the KD Tray 5 shoes. So I started looking through all the various styles of it, the KD 1, 2, and just went through. As I was going through, I was able to find the KD Europlay shoes, the 8, and from the photo I found, I was also finding a downward shot and one that had the tread pattern, which had the same tread pattern as found in the other shoe. They're
If I may
print.
push it, Your Honor.
Okay.
Defense counsel 246, 247, 248. Actually, no, these two. Sir, can I have you identify with 246, 247, 248 are?
They are photographs of the KD Euro version 8 shoe.
Okay, and those are photographs that you printed off of the internet, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, these are not shoes that you found anywhere during any search warrants, you literally just went on the internet, and printed those off.
Yes, sir.
Okay, are those true, fair, and accurate depictions of what it is you saw on Google that you had printed off?
Yes, sir.
All right, ask those to be admitted, permission to publish.
Any objections?
No objection.
They'll be admitted and they may be published.
Yes, sir.
What are we looking at?
It is the top-down view of the shoes that I found on the internet.
246 that you saw on the Kroger surveillance video?
Yes, sir. The color of the shoes, the black laces, the logo on the tongue of the shoe, and as well as the tips of the shoe have that shaded area on the top of the shoes. Another view of the KD logo on the shoes, the shoelaces, and the shaded area at the very top of the shoe by the toes. And that's the underside, the tread of the shoes.
And if we could put 249, which I think is in the PowerPoint.
It's, yeah, no, it's on the screen.
Detective, with 248, do you see something similar on the photo of 248 as up on the board on 249?
Yes, sir.
Court permission if you step down and show.
Permission granted.
On the tread pattern of the shoe, it has these indentations, this double one, and then a little half mark on the side, similar to here, the double, and then with the half coming in from the side. Also, it has the zigzag tread pattern and a diamond next to the symbol.
With the court permission, if the detective could
Mm.
step down to the jury and show. Detectives. And I know that there were, I believe there were several cell phones that were found inside the residence at 1270 Parish Avenue.
That's correct.
Okay. And I know that you and I have been working on this case for quite some time. There's nothing that you wish to present that was found on the cell phones, is that correct?
That's correct.
Anyone want to show
I think we've got about 10 minutes left of direct before we hit cross. And then there's about 20 minutes of that before we start day 3.
And permission to publish case exhibit 209, I believe, for introduced.
Yes, permission is granted.
I think this one will be over. But he says that he went to go to sleep after. he was-
All right, now this is important because he said that if you can see, I can't see my mouse.
it would-
hang on. Now you can see my mouse. So this is where the victim was found in the front room. This is the porch here. The front door opens here, and the recliner chair that Mr. Madden was asleep in is around here somewhere. And he states that he got up from the comfy recliner chair and into this room here and laid on the bare floorboards, no pillow, no blankets, nothing. But this is actually open. It's not like, I think it's either an archway or just an opening. So it's not closed off at all. So for him not to hear the screams, because the neighbour to this side, so the north side wall, is Gangster Granny, and she heard it very clearly from next door. So he was between the victim and Gangster Granny.
Would be the one that's labeled front bedroom number 3.
And that'd be this one right here.
Yes, sir.
Detective, you were here in the courtroom yesterday afternoon.
Now this is a bit
Yes, sir.
sneaky and a bit shady, I reckon.
Went into the early afternoon, so we had a little bit of late lunch.
Yes, sir.
You know how we at the very start of proceedings on day 1, where the defendant, oh sorry, bad pause, had did a bit of self-snitching.
Okay. And as we were gathering to come to the courtroom and give opening statements, the jury was not in the courtroom.
Correct.
I'm sorry.
Correct.
Okay. Did you see an interaction between Toby Madden, the defendant, and Michaela Madden and other family members in the back of the courtroom?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay. If you would just verbally tell us what it is that you saw, or describe what it is that you saw and heard.
Mr. Madden stood up. They were referring to his daughter, Michaela. While speaking, he started speaking out loud, turned towards her, and he said that I'm responsible for what happened to her. I didn't mean it. I love you. Don't hate me. As he's saying, I'm responsible for what happened to her. I don't mean it. He had his hand like this and was making this motion.
Okay. And where were you standing in relation to Toby Madden when you witnessed this or saw this?
I was standing at the end of the prosecution table, maybe 6 feet from him.
Okay. So you would have been standing very close to where the chair is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And if I may approach you on it.
You may.
I'm showing Detective Horton what's been marked as Case Exhibit 250. What is 250?
It is a USB drive. The contents of it are video of the incident that was recorded.
So you did not take that video, did you?
That's correct.
Okay. Is that why
No,
it's
it's the court's
internet?
footage.
Yes, sir.
Okay, but you were standing about, you said about 6 feet away from Mr. Madden?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, is that video a true, fair, and accurate depiction of conversation or interaction that was had with Michaela Madden and other family members?
Yes, sir, it is.
I'm not asking 250 be admitted permission to publish.
You wish to be heard, Mr. Wilder? All right, it'll be admitted and it may be published.
This is how we do it.
So this is how proceedings began yesterday before the jury entered.
Yep. Do you want to fix this?
The short one.
We would object to that.
Listen, I don't want to object to anything. I just want to, this is my family that I love. And, listen, yes, I'm responsible for what happened to her. I didn't mean it.
I believe you are.
I know, I'm so
Can we take a recess?
Yes.
Okay, let's take a recess
I
and go
love
on.
you. I don't want you to hate me. I don't want you to
If that ain't self-snitching, I don't know what is.
I believe that's all I have.
Cross-examination, please.
And we have cross by Mr. Wilder.
Mr. Wilder, you have one more thing.
Good afternoon, Detective.
Good afternoon, sir.
We just watched this video of what Mr. Madden was doing yesterday outside the presence of the jury. I want to refer you were in here for the opening statements in this case,
Yes, sir.
where you saw the prosecutor do this 3 times, telling the jury this is what Mr. Madden did on the video.
That he made a stabbing motion.
Were you present for opening statement?
Yes,
when
sir.
the prosecutor walked around the podium and pointed at this jury and did this 3 times with a pen in his hand?
Yes, sir.
Is that what you saw in that video there? Is that the motion?
It was higher. It was just more of a top motion down.
So you're saying that video there to you looked like someone pushing a
Yes.
knife towards somebody?
Yes, sir.
And he's got something that he's prying into in
No,
there.
he moves the towels from his right hand to his left hand right before he does it. As he says, I didn't mean it. It's when he starts making the motion like he's holding a knife.
I'm a pretty big guy.
Yes, sir.
I'm standing between the two of you. How'd you see around me to see that?
Because you were facing forward and he was stepped back facing towards the back way.
And you're saying this video to you is this, pointing 3
This.
ways forward as the prosecutor did in this opening statement. The very first thing this jury heard and saw
2
was
instead of
these.
3.
There was 3 motions.
I know. I'm saying I observed 2.
And you're saying that what you just saw there was the exact same thing.
It's similar.
Mr. Madden was arrested at the scene when law enforcement showed up and Rochelle's dead in the house, correct?
He was brought in as a witness first. He was subsequently arrested.
Here's my question is when he came outside the house that day and police approached him, did he ever go back into that house again? Since that day until this day right now?
Not that I know of, no, sir.
Because my question is you go in 2 weeks later and find additional evidence, correct?
Yes, sir.
Because you look at the Kroger video and you want to go back and look for shoes and you want to look for pants, you want to find his gray shirt, correct?
Correct.
You find the gray shirt, but you don't find the shorts or the shoes.
We didn't
correct?
find them on either search, sir.
And from the date of the incident, when police respond out there and Toby comes out until the day you went in to look for those pants, Toby Madden had absolutely no way of being at that scene.
That's correct.
If the state could please pull up Exhibit 61. Is this a picture from the first search?
Yes, sir, it is.
This is the day of finding Rochelle.
Yes, sir.
And I'm going to use a laser pointer here in State's Exhibit 61. Is that the gray shirt you collected 2 weeks later?
Yes, sir, it is.
If the state would please now put up Exhibit 104. This is a picture from the second search warrant.
Yes, sir, it is.
Laser pointer, is that the gray shirt you collected?
Yes, sir, it is.
Now, would you agree with me that the gray shirt in Exhibit 61 from the first day of the search compared to the gray shirt where it's at in picture 2 of the second search appears to be in a different location?
It is in a different location.
It is?
Yes, sir.
How do you explain that Mr. Madden was in the house? How do you explain that that shirt got moved?
I can explain that. We, when we did the initial search on the 11th, we went through all the items. We're pulling out shirts, pulling out clothing, looking for the knife. At the time, we hadn't found any other weapons. So we were looking for weapons. So all that pile of clothes you see from the earlier photo, we moved all of that. Yes. But since it was dark downstairs, sorry, we couldn't see any evidence of blood on.
Between the day of the murder and you did the first search warrant and the time that the second search warrant was executed 15 days later, what did you do to secure the premises at 1270 Parish Avenue?
There was nothing else done. The scene was released later that evening on the 11th.
So for 15 days, we have a potential crime scene with evidence that anyone within this county, neighbors, anyone, druggies, kids, anybody could have accessed that house and went inside there.
That's correct.
And there was no law enforcement checking on that property during those 2 weeks. Is that fair?
People might have driven by, but not, you know.
But then you go back 2 weeks later after you look at the Kroger video, fingers crossed that hopefully something's still in there. Does that cross your mind a little bit? Maybe it's going to be there, maybe it's not.
Yes, sir.
You were shown pictures with 2 different footprints on it.
Yes,
Do you have any explanation what that white stuff is or where that came from?
I believe it's from the interior, the rooms. Like I said, they were doing renovations to the house. There was drywall mud around the house. There was dust on the floor, just from general construction.
We've had people testify about the day that Rachelle was murdered. We had some gas workers there between like 8 and 9 o'clock, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then I believe police started responding around noon, correct?
Correct, sir.
We've also heard from next door neighbor who said she didn't see anybody coming in and out, roughly an hour, 2 hours, around 10:30 or so, give or take.
Yes, sir.
So there's 2 shoe prints. One of the pairs of shoes, Mr. Madden, you're claiming came to the interview in, correct?
Correct.
This other one is the one you think is from the Kroger video, which you don't find 2 weeks later.
Correct.
So there's a shoe print on a piece of furniture that's on the floor that may be attributed to this murder. But yet Mr. Madden is arrested that day and has no access for 2 weeks. How do we explain where that shoe, why it's not there?
Well, I didn't say it wasn't there. I said we didn't find it.
Right. How many officers searched that house that day that Rachelle was found?
4.
And it appeared to me when Detective Hutton was showing some of his photos, one of his last photos was out the front window, and it appeared to be the twilight of the day where the sun was setting. Did you notice that?
Yes, sir.
So officers were at that property roughly 12 p.m. that day until twilight time. It would have been twilight in October.
It would,
11th, give or take.
probably 9 o'clock.
So all those hours, there was some law enforcement present at the scene?
Yes, sir.
And during that time, nobody found these white shorts or these shoes?
That is correct.
Some of the items that was in that vest, did you say that one of those was a flash drive or a SIM card? I was a little confused, and I'm not a big tech guy, so what did they find there?
It looks like a flash drive. And I believe it has a USB end on one side and then maybe a micro USB on the other, but I don't.
Did it appear that device that was, did you collect it?
It's collected, yes.
Is that a device that could store information on it or just read information?
I believe it's just read, but I don't recall.
Did you scan it to see if there was anything on it?
I don't recall, sir.
And you're saying this is still in evidence?
Yes, sir. So
you testified about Rachelle's purse or the black bag, and we saw you referred to it as like a Swiss Army knife was found in there, correct?
yes, sir.
Now, is it true that one of the blades in there was deformed or warped in some way?
It's broken.
Could a blade like that, one of the reasons be because someone tried to pry open a cell phone? Is that your reason?
Pry open?
I don't object, Your Honor.
All right. Now, that's 7:45, 7:30. So now they have a sidebar.
That folding knife was sent off to be tested, correct?
That's correct, sir.
Including the other knife that was found at the scene?
Yes, sir.
Including all the fingernail scrapings and filings or whatever from Rachelle's fingers were sent to a lab as well, correct?
I believe they were. BCI only takes, they only take 10 items of DNA at a time. So I don't know if they were sent in the initial one or if it was later, or if they were sent. I'm not 100% sure.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but the way it works with PCI, you can submit a certain number, and if you get to the point where you might need more, you have to get authority or request that permission on some level.
That's correct, sir.
Did you have to do that in this case, ask for more stuff to be sent?
Detective Trenum handled all the interactions with BCI as far as the evidence goes.
You testified about Mr. Madden's wallet. Did he tell you where that wallet was?
When I spoke with him, he told me multiple times that his wallet was inside the house. I confronted him later in the evening about it being in the basement, and he said it wasn't in the basement. It was upstairs by where he was sleeping, where he was charging his son.
And he told you this information. He was already in custody, so to speak, in the jail, correct?
That's correct.
He was in the police department.
Yes, sir.
And he told you this information after he'd already been brought to the police department. He wasn't still at the scene, or he hadn't been back to the scene.
That's correct, sir.
Several of the some of the photos were of Mr. Madden's arms and appeared to have scratches on them. You had an interview. Did you ask him about
Where you got those, where those came from?
I did. We talked about the scratches. He saying that he got them from moving furniture.
Did you take any fingernail scrapings or anything from Mr. Madden at all?
We got a second search warrant after we got the search warrant to photograph him and take the DNA swabs. The second search warrant was conducted, and Detective Trenum and I believe Detective Laney did that, and they took his fingernail scrapings and clippings.
You showed a bright green shirt to the jury here and appeared to have blood on it. Was that tested to your knowledge?
I don't recall.
I know we're going to hear later on in the case, there's someone's going to come in and talk about some of these findings. And
Yes, sir.
We're going to hear from someone from the lab, but I didn't know if you recall whether that green shirt.
I believe it was.
Okay. Of course, we'll have an expert talk about that, but I
Yes,
was curious about that. Because you, correct me if I'm wrong, you said the gray shirt and the vest, for sure, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. When Toby was interviewed, how many hours do you think he was in the interview room total? Ballpark.
He was in there for about, I think about 4 hours, maybe a little bit longer at first. And then he was placed in the holding cell, and then he was brought back later after the search of the residence was completed. So it was broken up.
So for total hours?
No. The last interview, I think, was about an hour and a half. So it'd probably be about 5.5 total.
Would you agree with me that in those 5.5 hours, he spent some considerable time laying on the floor?
Yes, sir, he did.
Crying and exhibiting some of the stuff we've seen him do today,
Yes, sir.
but on the floor?
Sitting up and on the floor, yes.
Isn't it true that at two times during his interview, you actually brought in medics to try to see if he wanted any attention?
Yes, he said he was having difficulty breathing. And he was so twice a squad was called to check him.
Last thing, detective, is without getting into the details of the specific hearing, was there ever a time in this courthouse in March of this year that you followed Mr. Madden into the hallway and have a conversation with him?
I did not have a conversation with him.
Or did you say anything to him?
No, sir.
All right, thank you.
Any follow-up questions? During this interview that we heard about the Hamilton Police Department, were there also some amount of time you actually also slept on the floor?
Yes, sir.
And although he was taken into custody on that day, on October 11th, 2022, he was not taken into custody on any sort of homicide charge in regards to Ms. Brewsaugh, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, it was on something completely unrelated.
Yes, sir. It was.
And I think we heard that the Hamilton police were called out to 1270 Parish around 12 p.m. or so, give or take 15 minutes. We don't know the exact time that Rachelle Brewsaugh was killed.
No, sir.
Your Honor, if I may, I have one follow-up recross question. I wanted to ask the detective if he did follow Mr. Madden down the hallway in March, and if he did, why?
I followed the deputies were escorting.
All right. I think from here. We pretty much lose the audio, and the argument continues. What's that timestamp? 7:40. Yeah. 7:42. It resumes again for a couple of. Not very long, but we'll have a listen. He's definitely agitated about something. And then that concludes day 2. Oh, hang on.
Anything else, Mr. Warren? Okay, so, Detective, thank you. You may step down. And Mr. Butler.
Can I just have one
Sure.
more? I'm sorry. I didn't chance to-
Sure.
She got a question.
So the lead investigator has finished.
Resume the stand, please.
Oh. Take
Well, let's
two.
you want to do sidebar first?
Yes, so they do another sidebar, then they come back at 7:45, and the argument still goes on.
Okay, Detective, you may step down again. Thank you.
I just want you to watch the
Does this
defense
case have any
attorney.
witnesses that we can take care of within 35 minutes or so? I did tell the jury we'd leave it by 5. Okay. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, we will recess for the evening. Remember, we have a short day tomorrow, so we'll start promptly at 9. We will conclude at noon. Okay, and please remember my recess instructions. Do not do any investigation, do not read any media reports, and do not talk about this case with anyone. Okay, thank you.
So it pans back to the defense table. Wow. Wait for it. We stop recording. All right, so that is the end of that one. And now we have day 3, morning session. Da, 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 da. How's that for organisation? I have it queued. I have it boosted. Let me move that just to there. And let's go. And it looks like I haven't watched this, so obviously it's live. I think I think it started a little bit late, so I think we might be a bit over an hour behind. But trying to queue up the right time to start this, it looks like Mr. Madden, the defendant, comes in voicing opinions already. So let's check it out. No audio, but he's got something to say. He'd be a very, very hard person to defend. Very hard. Standing up for the jury. All right. Let's move the CCs up. Good eye. Why are you spinning, spinny wheel?
Okay, good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor.
We're here in the state of Ohio versus Toby Madden, CR 22-121675. The jurors are not present. Mr. Burris and Mr. Hahn and Detective Horton are present on behalf of the state. The defendant appears in person, the counsel, Mr. Wilder. Before we bring in the jury, is there anything on behalf of the state of Ohio?
Just for scheduling purposes, I was gonna have 3 witnesses here this morning to fill up the morning. One of them had an issue that came up, so he'll be here first thing tomorrow morning. So I anticipate that Dr. Updegrove will testify today, Detective Doug Tran will testify today. I think they're probably still gonna take up the majority of the morning. Then I will have
by all intents and purposes, I do believe that if all goes to plan, the state rests today.
2 or 3 witnesses tomorrow, so we anticipate resting before the noon hour tomorrow morning.
Okay, thank you for updating us on the
Oh.
schedule.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
Anything on behalf of you?
Did you
Your
say
client, Mr.
resting by tomorrow?
Okay.
Hang on. Let me go back.
2 or 3 witnesses tomorrow, so we anticipate resting before the noon hour tomorrow morning.
Okay, thank you for updating us on the schedule.
All right.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
Anything on behalf of you, your client, Mr. Wilder?
Not at this moment. Thank you.
Okay, let's go ahead and bring in the jurors.
So hopefully we get to see the ME today. They're very conscious of shutting off the audio so we don't get any conversation from Mr. Self-Snitcher.
Please be seated. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning.
Does anyone have any violations of the court's recess instructions that they need to report?
Yeah, I watched
All right,
YouTube.
Mr. Burris, you may call your next witness. Thank you. Or Mr.
What-
Hunt, thank you.
Maker.
Statement called Dr. Russell Updegrove.
Dr. Russell Rose. Oh, is this the medical examiner? I'm sure that Midway said it was Jocelyn Grove yesterday.
You may proceed.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you tell everyone your name and spell your last name, please?
Russell Updegrove. Last name's Uptegrove.
All right. And, how are you currently employed, sir?
I'm a forensic pathologist at the Hamilton County Coroner's Office in Blue Ash.
Told ya.
And do you provide services to any other counties besides Hamilton County?
Well, I mean, as my position in Hamilton,
And according to Leonard Hadnitz, the county coroner is an elected position in Hamilton.
County, we perform autopsies for some other counties, although Butler County is not one of those. However, historically, probably for about 19 years now, I've been sort of the backup pathologist here. Back when Dr. Swinehart was a pathologist, when he'd go out of town, I would fill in. And now that Dr. Utz is the primary pathologist, I will fill in Butler County whenever he's out of town.
Okay. All right. And so you said you've been doing that, filling in Butler County for 19 years. Is that
Yes.
correct? Okay. And have you ever worked in Warren County?
I'm actually the Warren County elected coroner.
Okay. And how long have you been in that position?
I was elected in 2007.
All right. Could you please explain to the jury what is forensic pathology?
Well, forensic pathology entails doing autopsies on individuals, typically for non-natural circumstances. I mean, people that are in the hospital and may die of cancer or complications from stroke and heart disease, emphysema, things of that nature, typically aren't reported to a coroner's office. So from forensic pathology perspective, we're doing autopsies on people that are dying suddenly and unexpectedly without any significant medical history, people who have some sort of trauma, whether it be from a motor vehicle crash or a fall, and obviously things that may involve criminal activity, gunshot wounds, blunt force injury, stab wounds, things of that nature.
Okay. And you just describe to the jury what your educational background is. And
If you don't mind, but we're going to skip through the educational.
I
Often these
graduated from Clemson University
Oh,
in
so
South Carolina and the anatomic and clinical pathology completion.
Okay. So how long in total would you say you've been a forensic pathologist?
Well, since July of 1999, when I began working full-time in Dayton.
Okay. And if you know, how many autopsies do you think you performed in your career?
Well, it might be 50 or 75 off, but it's about 8,450 to this point.
holy crap.
Okay. All right. And have you previously been called in court to testify as an expert in forensic pathology?
Yes, I've been called several times here actually in Butler County over the years.
Okay. How many times in total? Just an estimate of how many times you've been an expert in forensic pathology.
Okay. Well, as far as my autopsies, I keep very detailed logs. That's why I can tell you almost exactly how many autopsies I've done. I don't specifically list every time I've testified in court, but I know prior to COVID, I averaged anywhere from 8 to 10 times a year. And obviously from when I started to COVID, that was about 20 years. And then obviously there was a little bit of a downtime and now things are starting to pick back up again. So it's over, 200 times, by now, since I first started here in Ohio.
Okay. And is that all those times you testified as an expert? Has that been in Ohio or other states too?
Well, since that time, the majority have been in Ohio, but because of the time when I was working in Dayton, we did contractual work for some of the counties in Indiana. So I've testified in Indiana. Just last week, or 2 weeks ago, I testified in Kentucky from an incident where someone was brought into Ohio. Testified in federal court in Columbus and federal court in Cincinnati. So I've had a lot of different experiences.
Okay. Your Honor, this time I would ask the Dr. Updegrove be declared as an expert in forensic pathology.
Judge, I have no voir dire for this witness concerning his expert qualifications. There's no objection to his testifying as an expert.
Thank you. All right, the witness will be qualified as requested. Thank you.
Doctor, what is an autopsy?
Well, an autopsy involves an external examination where you look at the body and make note of any kind of identifying marks on the body, any type of medical intervention, personal property on the body. We photograph the body, make diagrams. The internal examination, which is more lengthy of that process, involves removal of all the internal organs looking for trauma, looking for evidence of natural disease processes like cancer, any kind of congenital abnormalities, anything that could potentially cause a sudden unexpected death. During the course of the internal examination, we obtained specimens, blood, urine if available, vitreous fluid from the eyes in order to be submitted for toxicological analysis to see if any foreign substances are in the body. And if necessary, some very small pieces of tissue obtained during the course of the autopsy can further be submitted to our histology lab so we could have some glass slides produced if there was something that we needed to look at under the microscope to make some sort of determination as to the cause of death. So it's an external exam, internal exam, toxicological analysis, and possibly histology or tissue analysis.
Okay, thank you. I want to direct your attention to October 12th of 2022. At that time, were you asked to perform an autopsy on the body of Rachelle Brewsaugh?
I was, yes.
Okay. And where was that autopsy performed at?
At the Butler County Morgue here in the city of Hamilton.
Okay. And did you take photographs? I believe you said as part of an autopsy you take photographs. But during Rachelle's autopsy, did you photograph the body in that autopsy?
I personally did not take the pictures. Typically, it's either the investigator or the morgue assistant who is assisting with the autopsy is the one that actually takes the photographs under my direction. Yes.
Okay. Would those photos aid you in your testimony today?
Yes.
Bruce witness.
Now, I don't know what they're going to show, so we'll just put up a warning because we caught one nasty picture yesterday. The cameraman wasn't quick enough.
All right, Doctor, if you would take a look, please, at exhibits 178 through 205.
Well, look who it is. Good morning, Mr. Stephen. How are we? Taking a break between trials, are we? Let me know if you want. I forgot. Sorry, I was in a rush today and didn't send a link. So, yeah, let me know if you want one. We are on day 3, which we're about an hour behind on this ludicrous, absolutely horrid trial. Horrid. I don't know if you've watched it, but it's got all the makings of a virtual love child between Sarah Boone and Daryl Brooks. Just saying. And we've just started the medical examiner, which is, for me, that's the bit that I suppose I enjoy the most is the wrong wording, but the bit I understand the most because that's my forte.
5, and just flip through them and take a look at all those and let me know when you're done looking at them. And I'm sorry, Mr. Wilder, I didn't show them to you, but it's 178 through 205 on the. Okay. Have you had a chance to look at all those?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And generally speaking, what are exhibits 178 through 205 photos of?
These are photos that were taken during the course of the autopsy.
Okay.
Some of them are external photographs and some of them are a few of the internal organs.
Okay. And these are photos taken during Rachelle Brewsaugh's autopsy that you performed, correct?
Yes.
All right. And these, are they true, fair, and accurate depictions of the autopsy you performed on Rachelle's body?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would ask that states exhibits 178 through 205 be admitted and be allowed to publish.
Mr. Wilder?
We have a brief.
Sure.
Sidebar. L. I love L. He doesn't seem very happy. I suppose that he's not looking forward to these pictures just quietly, but Come on. This is you watch, they'll have a recess because he won't want the jury to be prejudiced about his emotional state.
You may continue.
Did you, well, I guess you made the ruling on the
Yes,
side.
I'm
Okay, all right.
including all of the photographs except 198, for which I'm reserving ruling.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And you may publish the
Okay,
those
thank you.
photographs.
All right. Doctor, before we get to the exhibits, as part of your duties, do you create a report for each autopsy you perform for the Butler County Coroner's Office?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And I guess you do that for any county you perform an autopsy in, correct?
Yes.
All right. Did you generate a report for the autopsy of Rachelle Brewsaugh?
Yes, I did.
And is that report kept in the ordinary course of business for the Butler County Coroner's Office?
Yes.
Okay. And would that report aid you in your testimony to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury here today?
Yes, it would.
Okay. May I first witness the? This is 206. Doctor, we give you State's Exhibit 206. Can you please take a look at that and identify Exhibit 206? And is that, what is that exhibit?
It is a copy of the autopsy report, which I created, and there's also a copy of the toxicology report, which I personally do not generate. The specimens that are submitted are recovered during the autopsy, but obviously the testing is done by a toxicological laboratory.
Is it, it's part of your report though, the toxicology report?
Well, it's included
Okay.
as in the exhibit, and I certainly use that information when making a decision about the cause and manner of death, but I was
Okay.
just clarifying that I did not generate that toxicology report.
All right. Is Exhibit 206 though a true and accurate, fair representation of the original that you created in the toxicology report that you received to aid you in your autopsy in determining a cause and manner of death?
Yes, it is.
Okay. I would ask that State's Exhibit 206 be admitted and permission to publish it at any time if needed. I don't believe I will, but.
I have a brief-
Sure.
Right. Let's have another side. I reckon we're going to have a lot of sidebars here. And if you're, oh, I've sent you the link. And you can email me that question. But pretty much no. Mhm. No forthcoming information.
I can put you there, sure.
You may. Okay, so 206 will be admitted without the toxicology report.
Why aren't they putting the
Okay, thank you, Your
toxicology in?
Dr. Updegrove, can you please explain to the jury the process of performing an autopsy, starting with the moment you receive the body?
Well, the external examination is what happens first, and it's a combination of writing things down, documenting things, hair color, eye color, any kind of scars or other identifying marks, whether there's any medical intervention on the body, any obvious injuries. And those things are also documented via photographs that either the investigator or the autopsy assistant may take. So once the external exam has been completed, we begin the internal exam. And as I alluded to earlier, that involves removal of the internal organs. So in a case like this, when I can clearly see that there's been multiple stab wounds on the outer surface of the body, we're looking at documenting, identifying any type of internal injuries or damage, which organs may or may not be affected from these stab wounds. In addition to that, again, we're looking for things like coronary artery disease, cancer, cirrhosis of the liver, other types of diseases that may involve other organs in the body, any obvious sign of infection. So after the organs are removed, they're weighed and dissected individually. And then after the autopsy, the majority of the tissue is then returned to the body. We retain a few small pieces, like I said earlier. In the event we need to do a microscopic examination, we have small pieces of tissue that can be submitted if that was necessary. And then after the toxicology testing is completed, then the autopsy report would be finalized. So I don't finalize a report until I've got the final toxicology report to make sure that you're not surprised by some significantly elevated drug or other substance present in the body.
Okay. And can you just take us through the physical description of Brewsaugh's body?
And that feedback
She
is court,
was
not me.
65 inches in height, which is 5'5", and she was 232 pounds. Again, it was fairly obvious because of the number of stab wounds present on her head, her chest, her abdomen, her arms, and there's one on her leg, on her back, that she had sustained multiple stab wounds. So, so again, this is one of these types of cases where just during the initial external examination, it was fairly obvious to me as far as what the cause of death was going to be.
Okay. Just start showing you the photos and go through those now. You can see exhibit 170.
Oh, it's awful.
Doctor, when
To think like she screamed for 7 seconds. 7 seconds. Now you let out a 7-second scream. That ain't a quick, that's a decent, like, and if it was that knife that they showed, that little tiny pocket knife, yeah, how many times would that have had to have penetrated to have done any damage? Just horrible, horrible.
obviously it's on the screen there in front of you and should be, I think it's on the screen in front of you, isn't it? Okay.
Yes.
And then on the big screen there, can you please explain to the jury what we're looking at in State's Exhibit 178?
Okay, this is a placard. Again, that's not my handwriting on there, but the people at the Butler County Coroner's Office in the morgue will write the case number, which is that 22-1012 is the case number. That
I don't know what they're going to show, so just
it has
beware.
the decedent's name, and it has the date that the autopsy was performed, October 12th, 2022. And of course, Dr. Lee Manning is the coroner for Butler County.
Okay, thank you. We could go to 179. And please describe Exhibit 179.
All right, this is something that you do in all the autopsies, basically taking a shot of the face in order for identification purposes, because some of the times when we do autopsies on people, they're not identified at the time. So it's nice to have a photograph of the person's face for potentially identification purposes. In this particular case, it also documents that there is an injury on her nose that can be visualized here.
Okay, 180, please. And tell us what we're looking at in State's Exhibit 180, please.
Okay.
Faster. Okay. If anyone cannot compose themselves in the courtroom, then they're going to need to leave the courtroom. Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Hahn.
That would be horrific.
I'm sorry, Doctor.
Steve.
Please describe what we're looking at in State's Exhibit 180.
All right. In this picture, focusing predominantly on the anterior aspect of the chest
Oh.
and the abdomen. You can also see the left hand and the left forearm and left upper arm in this.
It was requested at the start of this trial that the daughter that the defendant and the victim shared could remain in the courtroom throughout the trial process, because she was the first to testify, so it wasn't going to affect her testimony or anything. But I think is it Marcy's Law? And I bet you that was her in the background, because apparently the majority of the wounds were to the abdomen. So if this is the photo of that shot, then you heard her audibly gasp in the background there. That would just be horrendous to see your mother like that.
This picture, but as I mentioned, there were multiple stab wounds. The vast majority of the stab wounds she sustained were in the chest and abdominal area. There were a few on the hands and arms, but predominantly.
Okay. And what do you see protruding from some of the wounds?
In the right lower quadrant, there's actually the yellow is some of the abdominal fat, and then there's also a portion of small intestine which is protruding through one of the stab wounds.
Oh,
Can you just You should be able to touch that screen and circle which ones you're talking about, I think. Wait a minute. Sorry. No, you should be able to, and what are you circling there,
That
Doctor?
is, well, the yellow part is fat, and then this little tubular here, that's the small part of the small intestine.
Okay, and then the other one above or to the left of it?
That is a mental fat, and then there's again some fat and another little piece of intestine protruding through there.
Okay, all right, and then if you go to the top right corner of your screen, that little arrow, you can hit that and then hit clear, and it should take the, thank you. States Exhibit 181, please. Doctor, what are we looking at in States Exhibit 181?
Okay, now we're looking at her from the left side, and it's some of the pictures that are taken in the course of the autopsy, sometimes they're taken as is, received with whatever clothing, or if there's blood or dirt. Clearly in this picture here, as compared to the last one,
I've got a feeling that because of the amount of wounds that she had inflicted, I'm guessing that a couple would have been very, very close to one another and perhaps even joined, making a longer incision type thing where the intestine is just protruded out. That's my guess.
of that blood that's present on her chest and abdomen on the skin has been wiped away to better illustrate the size and configuration of some of these stab wounds. So again, there's multiple stab wounds on the chest.
You can tell I've had nursing experience because I'm still able to eat my strawberries whilst she's testifying to this.
Chest and abdomen. Again, on this left side, there's intestines which are protruding through that hole there. If you look at her left hand, there's actually some small injuries on the hand, contusion on the hand. There's another superficial wound there on that forearm. So this kind of shows you the relative symmetrical involvement of the right side of the chest and abdomen and the left side of the chest and abdomen.
Okay. And the injuries on the hands and arms, did those signify anything to you?
Well, I consider those to be defensive type wounds. And I believe we will see some photographs that are more close up showing trauma to the hands and in between the fingers, forearms, locations typically seen when an individual is trying to defend themselves during an attack like this.
Okay. And if I may, because I don't have screen to point at, is that all right if I walk? Okay. Doctor, some of these wounds look darker than other ones and some look lighter. Does that signify anything to you?
Well, what can happen in cases where people have sustained a large number of stab wounds, there's a couple of different things that can happen. Number one, if you sustained a stab wound that hit a vital structure like the brainstem or a large knife that damaged the significant damage to the heart, an individual could die fairly quickly. In other cases where there's multiple stab wounds, if there's not severe enough trauma to an individual organ, it's possible that the cause of death is more from exsanguination or bleeding to death, more so from an individual organ being so damaged that it would cause an immediate death. So when there's this many stab wounds, sometimes some of the wounds as they're inflicted, and I can't put any kind of order on when these wounds were sustained, but some of the wounds have very little bleeding in the subcutaneous tissue and the fat. And that's because some of these wounds may have happened as the person is quite close to death or actually has died because the heart is no longer beating because of the amount of blood that they lost.
Okay. And could you just point out the difference of, like, I know we may be able to see this on some other photographs, but can you point out the difference between like two of the wounds?
This one here, there's very little bleeding. I mean, all you're seeing really is the yellow fat, where a lot of these other wounds, there's much more redness associated with the soft tissue.
Okay, thank you. Do you want to hit clear there? Can we go on to 182, please? And can you please describe Exhibit 182 to the jury, please?
Okay, in this particular photograph, there's a couple of things we're looking at. One, there's things called an acute contusion or bruise on the hand here, and then There's some purple discoloration. Again, I can't say how it happened, but some sort of blunt force to the hand, which causes a bruise. In addition to that, there's also a couple of superficial injuries to the hand, which are more consistent with the sharp force type of situation.
Thank you. Clear those out. Exhibit 183. Can you please describe Exhibit 183?
Okay, this is a closer up image, and the hand is slightly rotated for this picture. Again, showing that rather large contusion or bruise on the left at the base of that index finger. And what we're looking at here is kind of in the web in between the index finger and the thumb, and that soft tissue is a wound from sharp force injury. Again, one of the things that I mentioned earlier, as far as what I would consider a defensive type wound, they're be present on the hands or the forearms during the course of an assault.
Okay, thank you. 184. And what are we looking at here in State's Exhibit 184?
All right. Again, this is showing the left hand and the left forearm. And, the thing that it's variable, looking just on the chest and the abdomen, the shape and the orientation of what these stab wounds look like. They're not all the same size. Some of them are curved. Some of them are more straight. So when this person is moving, that can alter what a wound looks like. Also, when you have something like this, the hand and the forearm, there's a lot less flesh and fat, other subcutaneous tissue, muscle on the hand and the arm as opposed to the chest and the abdomen. So sometimes when a knife penetrates the soft tissue and if it hits a bone, the knife doesn't protrude as deep as it would if it was on a chest or an abdomen. So sometimes these wounds can be much more superficial just because the blade doesn't effectively penetrate as much. So these particular wounds here are, I would say, much more superficial or shallow compared to some of the wounds that we saw in the chest and abdomen. But again, they're certainly significant. These type of wounds you're not going to bleed to death from these, but it shows or indicates that this individual was alive and at the time when this assault occurred.
All right, thank you. 185. And what are we looking at here in State's Exhibit 185?
Okay, we've got, again, we're still on this left arm here. And again, on the forearm, there's this kind of a superficial penetrating wound here. Down here towards the elbow, this is very superficial. And then you can see here that there's this wound here is much larger and much deeper. And you can actually see there's this kind of white, shiny area. And that's actually one of the tendons, in the lower forearm, in the wrist area. And that is a much deeper injury than some of these other things that we've previously viewed.
Okay, thank you. 186. Oh, yeah, sorry. Is it not working?
I don't have the option to. I don't have
Maybe just tap up, just try and tap up there. It might bring it up.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks.
And this is State's Exhibit 186. Can you please explain this photo?
Yeah, so this is, again, with the hand being rotated, the arm being rotated, and a little bit more close in from that last image that we saw, showing that there's this much deeper, more of a gaping type of stab wound, and has transected several of the tendons in this wrist area. And that's what you can see here, and here, and here.
All right. Thank you. And if you can clear that out. 187. And what do we see here in State's Exhibit 187?
Okay. Again, in this image, we're closer in, a couple of things. Number one, I think you could appreciate that there's a lot of variation in what these wounds look like. They're not all the same size. Some of them don't have very much hemorrhage. It's almost just yellow fat. This situation has some intestines protruding. Both of these wounds have subcutaneous hemorrhage associated with it. This wound here is a little unique because you can actually see that there's a sharp end, a little pointy end here, and there's a blunt end, on the other end there. So it also has very little hemorrhage associated with it. So,
Okay. All right. You want to clear that out? 188. What are we looking at in State's Exhibit 188?
and we're the same basic sort of orientation, except we're a little bit more over the body. And again, some of this here, very superficial, but clearly some type of sharp force injury there and right there. Here's another one of these wounds where there is a pretty identifiable blunt end here, and there's a little bit more of a pointed sharp end there. Again, that would be one of these wounds when compared to this one, which this one here has much more hemorrhage associated with it. But like I said, I can't put any sort of sequence on when these individual.
What he's trying to point out is that if there's a lot of bruising around the area, that was the wound was sustained whilst her heart was beating, whereas the ones that don't have any bruising or hemorrhaging around the site would have been inflicted generally once the heart has stopped, because obviously you're not pumping blood around and it's not hemorrhaging around the site of the wound. That's the point he's trying to make.
Wounds were sustained.
Okay, thank you.
I can't tell you from 1 to 55 which one went first, which one went last, but he could tell you which ones were done pre-mortem and which ones were done post. That makes sense.
9. What are we looking at in State's Exhibit 189?
Again, I didn't take these pictures, but again, this picture is another illustration of comparing this end. There's somewhat of a blunt end, and again, at the time I'm doing the autopsy, I don't have any idea as far as what type of sharp force implement was used. However, you can see in some of these that there is a blunt end, one end, and a more pointed end opposite to that. And I think
Hold on one second, Doctor.
Whoever's got some kind of electronic on it needs to be turned off. If another device goes off, it's going to be confiscated by the court. It's important that the jurors be able to hear the testimony.
Oh.
And I'd also ask that people refrain from going inside and outside of the courtroom on a regular basis. Of course, if you need to leave at some point because you can't keep your composure, you can do that, but let's try to do it quietly and not distract from the testimony. You may continue.
Okay, yeah.
I'm sorry, go ahead. Yeah.
This particular wound that's adjacent to this ruler, again, it's, of course, rulers used for scale, just to give some sort of a dimension about the size. But again, there's a blunt end here, a little bit more of a sharp end here. In the same view here, there's another blunt end there with more of a pointy end here. But this wound has very little to no hemorrhage associated with it compared to the one in the corner. Again, it's just sort of a compare and contrast.
And that scale there, Doctor, is that like how the two that you, or the one that has the ruler around it, like what are the dimensions of that?
That one is about 3.5 centimeters in length.
Okay. And the width, I guess, would be how many centimeters, if you can
The
tell?
width in that one is going to be about 1.25 centimeters.
Okay.
And again, the thing about, just to explain, there's different types of elastic fibers throughout your body beneath the skin. So it depends on how, when a sharp force injury is implemented, it depends on whether or not you're cutting in parallel with these elastic fibers or more perpendicular. So theoretically, you could take the same implement, and depending on how hard or not as hard of a stab was implemented, the shape of the wound can vary significantly based on the location on the body because of these elastic fibers, which could cause a wound to potentially gape open. So that's why some of these just look very different.
And can I have 1 second?
Plus the angle. Amount of force.
All right, you want to hit clear on that one, Doc? Okay. 180 or 190, I'm sorry. And what do we have here in State's Exhibit 190?
Okay, so this picture is taken from the head looking downward towards the upper chest. And again, there's multiple more hemorrhagic wounds here on the right breast. A couple of these ones over here on the left breast, not nearly as much subcutaneous hemorrhage. There's also over on this left sort of anterior shoulder area, there's some faint bruising here with some very superficial injuries that I can't necessarily call that a stab wound, but I mean, it could be a fingernail scratch, it could be an abrasion from falling and hitting something, but they're just much more minor injuries compared to what we're seeing on the chest.
Thank you. You clear that out? Let's go to 191. And what are we looking at here in State's Exhibit 191?
Okay, this is more of a close-up view of the right side of the lower abdomen where we had seen earlier that there's fat protruding through the stab wound here. This is small intestine here, there's small intestine here. And again, to show this wound here, there's more of a blunt end here and a really kind of a sharp, more pointed end on that particular wound, which there's very little hemorrhage associated with that one.
All right, thank you. 192. What are we looking at in this one?
So now this is an image of the right hand and very similar in appearance to the left hand in that fact that there is a contusion or bruising acutely here on the right thumb. There's another bruise you can see up here on the right kind of wrist, forearm area. And like the left hand, some of these injuries on the hand are relatively superficial compared to the types of injuries that we saw on the chest and abdomen. But again, something that really is kind of a classic example of a defensive type of injury.
Thank you. You can clear that one.
Oh, bugger.
193. And what do we have here in 193?
Okay, this is a picture of the right arm, very kind of a superficial type of sharp force injury, but it's also surrounded by a bruise or contusion, dark purple discoloration there. Again, that doesn't really extend just barely through the skin, so there's no significant damage beneath this wound. But again, with its anatomic location and what we're seeing here is again consistent with another one of these defensive type of wounds.
Okay, and let's go on to the next one then.
194.
Yes. What do we have here in State's Exhibit 194?
Okay, this is again a closer up image of the face, which we previously saw in the identification picture earlier. This injury is present on the nose. It is roughly kind of a linear type of injury, but again, it does not extend very deep. It doesn't really penetrate deep into the subcutaneous tissue. So again, this wound would not have caused any major injury or trauma, but again, it's just something that's documented, and I can't say exactly how this occurred in the course of the circumstance. But also, if you look up here, that just at the top of the hairline, there's another one of these very superficial type of injuries. And again, this one is located literally right against the skull, and knife wouldn't have been able to really penetrate deep. So it's very superficial. Where this thing here on the nose, there's a little bit more soft tissue on the nose as compared to this forehead. But because there is a little bit more tissue, I think that's why this one is a little bit more substantial in size.
Okay, thank you. 195. And what do we have here in State's Exhibit 195?
Okay, so now we've the photograph is now taken from the perspective of the top of the head. So this injury here in the corner where the ruler is what we just previously looked at. The injury at the top of the kind of the forehead, right there at the hairline. Again, a very superficial, sharp force injury. And also in this picture, you can see that there's some additional injuries more on the top of the head as well.
All right, thank you. Yeah. There we go. 196. Now, what do we have here in 196?
Okay, so what I did is, in order to better illustrate these, some of the hair I did shave on the top of the head from some of those images we just saw to show that, again, there are these superficial stab wounds to the top of the head. And again, because they do not penetrate through the skull, there's a very shallow depth to these things. But again, when a knife hits the bone and it's not able to fully penetrate, you can get varying sizes and different orientations in these wounds. And that's what we have here. None of these three look the same, but they're all caused by a penetrating stab.
Okay, thank you. On 197, what do we have here in State's Exhibit 197?
Okay. So as I mentioned earlier, the majority of these wounds were on the chest and abdomen, some more superficial ones on the hands and forearms. Well, this is the only one that was present on the left upper back. And, during the course of the autopsy, again, in the beginning, we're taking this picture, so the body has not been opened up. So there's still, blood inside the body. And in manipulating the body, blood can still come out of an injury, especially on the posterior aspect of the body where a person has been laying on their back and you see blood settling. Well, that's what all this purple is. This is livor mortis, where after one dies, the blood starts to settle. So because of that amount of blood in your posterior body, this purple thing here is that this blood is oozing out or coming out of this stab wound. So in this particular image, you can't actually make out what the wound looks like real well because there's blood coming out of the stab wound. But that's the only one that was present on the back.
Okay. You clear on that? And doctor, if you want to turn in the exhibit book there to 198, or
This is-
yeah, this is
Objection to the next one. That's just for the record.
An objection to the next.
doctor, looking at State's Exhibit 198. Don't describe what it is yet, but would that exhibit, is that going to aid you in determining where penetration wounds are inside of the body and what organs they affected and what areas of the body they affected?
Oh,
Well, what this picture
it is
shows
horrendous,
is
Laura,
when we
horrendous.
make what we call the Y-shaped incision, make an incision on the chest down to the midline and then down.
Like I said before, it was a 7-second scream. Now you scream for 7 seconds. That's not short. Yeah. It's I can't believe they showed that photo too. Mm.
On the abdomen, and then we reflect the skin, the subcutaneous fat tissue, and the muscle back to expose the chest plate so we can further remove that to examine the internal organs. And in this image, it shows where that soft tissue has been exposed, and you can see focal areas of hemorrhage on the chest and abdominal area to indicate where some of these stab wounds entered the internal part of the
Okay.
body.
Would this exhibit aid you in explaining to the jury the injuries that even more so than what we've seen on the external photographs?
Mhm.
Yes.
With that, the court will overrule the objection and the exhibit will be admitted and it may be published.
Thank you. 198. All right. I know you just explained it without the picture up there, but can you now explain it so the jury's now viewing it? So can you please explain it again?
Okay. So I realize you're not used to seeing these type of images, but all this yellow that we're looking at is adipose tissue or fat, and then you have all this is muscle here. So in these areas where there's this dark red area, that is hemorrhage that's not normally supposed to be there, and you can actually see in this area there's actually a hole in between where the ribs are in that intercostal space where some of these stab wounds have penetrated to involve the internal organs. And you can see some more hemorrhage over here on the right side of the chest. Again, this piece of soft tissue that is now up covering the lower part of her face, if you pull that back down, it would be in that lower chest area. And that dark red hemorrhage there normally would not be there. So again, that is an indication anatomically of where we're looking at injuries.
Okay. So correct me if I'm wrong, but are all of the darker spots, like even lower than where you've marked, are those all hemorrhage spots?
Yes. And then there's actually, you can see some of them in the actual omentum, the fat and the intestine.
Okay. Thank you.
Oh.
Clear that out. 199, please. And what are we looking at here in State's Exhibit 199?
This is the heart.
And what's significant about this, about the heart here?
Well, there's a few penetrating injuries from the stab wound. Again, holding the forceps here is like a big pair of tweezers, showing that there is a hole there. And there's another injury down here on the lower aspect of the right ventricle. Right there. Those are the two that you can see right there.
Okay. And would either of those alone be enough to end someone's life, or is this in connection with the other wounds?
Well,
Or if you don't know, you don't know.
well, I mean, I'll say that
Hang on, I'm going to have to go back. I was feeding a sneaky kitty. This is her heart, obviously. And they're showing, because the knife that they have found, they recovered at the scene, is only a very small, like, pocket knife. So I didn't think that the actual depth would cause a great deal of internal damage. I thought it would be more the volume and the potential blood loss that would have contributed more, but it seems that it has actually penetrated further than I thought. But yeah.
So a few penetrating injuries from the stab wound. Again, I'm holding the forceps here. It's like a big pair of tweezers, showing that there is a hole there. And there's another injury down here on the lower aspect of the right ventricle. Right there. Those are the two that you can see right there.
Okay. And would either of those alone be enough to end someone's life, or is this in connection with the other wounds?
Well,
or if you don't know, you don't know.
Well, I mean, I'll say that, the cause of death is due to multiple stab wounds. Probably the ones that I would at least want to sustain would be ones to the heart, because of the nature of the importance of living to have your heart beating. So, these type of injuries, with blood accumulating in the pericardial sac, which would further inhibit the heart's ability to beat, and then with blood.
So the heart is enclosed in obviously pericardial sac, which is like a membrane. So it's similar in that, how, I don't know if you watched the Karen Reid trial where John sustained the head trauma, and the head, once you have bleeding into the skull cavity, the pressure builds up inside the skull cavity, and it causes pressure onto the brain. And then, it's got really nowhere to go. And the similar thing happened here. So it's filling up the space that surrounds the heart, so that the heart has a lot more restriction pushed upon it. So there's no room in that sac, so to speak. So it's hard to explain. It's like blowing up a balloon inside a balloon filled with water type of thing. The actual, you can only blow it up so far because of the fluid that's surrounding it and restricting it.
Starting to go into the chest cavities through that damage of the pericardial sac. Clearly, these are serious injuries. They would not be immediately lethal or immediately incapacitating lesions, but unless sustaining something like this, unless you got surgical intervention within minutes or something, having some type of rescue personnel that knew what they were doing, this is alone would be enough to kill somebody.
Okay. Yeah. All right. If you want to hit clear on that.
You have 5 liters of blood, and apparently if an artery is damaged, then it takes about 3 minutes to empty those 5 liters, pretty much.
Let's go to State's Exhibit 200. And what are we looking at here in State's Exhibit 200?
Well, this is from a different inferior vantage point. Again, similarly before, took these forceps and just
And again, this is the heart again, correct?
Yeah, this is the heart.
Okay.
So this is that lower wound that I pointed to the last time that wasn't being opened up with the forceps are there. It's just showing the size of it, because in the prior image it was somewhat collapsed. So I'm just showing the significance of that injury there.
Right, so that's in the right ventricle. So you've got the 4 chambers of the heart. The top 2 are your atrium, and the bottom 2 are the ventricles, and they are supposed to beat in coordination with each other. So your heartbeat is lub-dub, lub-dub. So the first contraction is the 2 atria contracting together, the lub, and then the second part is the dub, which is the 2 ventricles contracting together. So the atria squeeze the blood down into the ventricles squeeze the blood out, and depending on which side of the heart, the left side of the heart puts oxygenated blood out to the body. The right side of the heart puts deoxygenated blood to the lungs, and then comes back into the left atrium. So it does a big circle. So that wound there would be draining any blood coming from the body, ready to go back into through the lungs to be reoxygenated and to be pumped out from the left side. So that's how that would affect. Yeah.
201. What do we have here in State's Exhibit 201?
Okay, well, on this board where we do the dissection, there's a portion of the heart which is visible there. There's one lung over here, and then here is the other lung. And in this particular situation, each of the lungs has a penetrating stab wound. And in this lung here, and there's a hole, and you can actually, in the middle of that hole, you can see the bottom of that board there, that little white thing.
Mm-hmm.
So that hole goes all the way through the lung.
Okay. Is this the left or the right lung? Or?
That's the left lung. It's
Okay.
got, the left lung has 2 lobes, where the right lung has 3 lobes. That's the way you can differentiate the two.
Okay. All right. And are there injuries on the one in the upper part of the picture? I can't remember which one. Now you said this is the left lung. So the right lung, where are there injuries on the right lung up there?
I believe there's a separate.
Another,
photograph
okay.
that will illustrate
All right.
that.
Then we'll move on to 202, please. What are we looking at here in State's Exhibit 202?
Okay. As I just mentioned, right lung, it's 3 lobes, right upper, right middle, right lower. So this is the right middle lobe, and there is another penetrating injury right there.
Okay. And what are these penetrating injuries due to the lungs, or how do they affect the lungs?
Well, it causes a couple of different issues. Number one, obviously, is bleeding. I mean, because the blood that your heart pumps from the right ventricle, the blood's going to the lungs to get oxygen. So the lungs are very vascular organs, so there's bleeding. And then the other thing is that can happen is when you have whether a penetrating injury from a bullet or a knife, it can cause the lung to collapse, which will make breathing or respirations even more difficult. So bleeding and a potential lung collapse are issues you have to deal with.
Okay. Would you like some water?
I'm good.
Okay. All right. You want to hit clear on that, please? 203, please. Can I get 1 second here?
Yes.
It looks like he's looking at me. Don't look at me. That's the look I used to give my children when they were naughty. They still run from it. Over the shop.
What are we looking at here, Doctor, in State's Exhibit 203?
Okay, this is a picture of the liver. So liver, typically by weight, is the largest organ in the body. And the right lobe of the liver, which is larger, is located more on the right side of the midline, and then it sort of tapers down. Then your left lobe is a little bit smaller. So this image, this is the larger right lobe over here, and then this left lobe over here, there is a penetrating injury right there.
Okay. And what are those types of injuries due to the liver?
Well, again, the liver is another one of these organs that's very vascular. So all the blood from your lower body is returning through the inferior vena cava to travel back to the heart to get oxygen. There's a lot of blood vessels, and damage to the liver is certainly going to cause hemorrhage. So again, I mean, it's singularly, a wound like this could cause someone's demise if they didn't get medical treatment very rapidly, but you would probably have a greater survivability if this was the only one you received versus the stab wound to the heart or to the lungs.
Okay.
But again, a very serious injury nonetheless.
Okay. You get clear on that? 204. And what do we have here in State's Exhibit 204?
Again, this is the right lobe of the liver is much larger, and there's a much larger kind of gaping wound here, and then a little smaller one there. There's another one down here. And as you saw from the number of these wounds that were involved on the chest and abdominal area, and with the liver being as large of an organ as it is, it really wasn't a surprise that the liver had a lot more injuries as compared to the heart or the lungs.
Okay. All right. And let's hit clear. Let's hit the next one. And 205, please. And what are we looking at here in the State's Exhibit 205?
All right. So to explain how we examine the head, and examine the brain, what we have to do is make an incision starting behind the ear, go up over the crown of the scalp, back behind the other ear, and then with a scalpel.
They do that pretty much for aesthetic reasons, so that if family members wanted to view the body at the funeral, then those incisions are easily hidden.
Loosen up the underneath tissue of the scalp and push the scalp forward, and then pull the scalp backward to expose the calvarium, which is the big round part of the skull. So in this picture, if you can imagine, her chin would be down here. So this scalp has been pulled forward, covering her face. So when I showed you those pictures before, there was a wound on the forehead area, and then 3 other small stab wounds kind of on the top of the scalp. What you can see here is there are these hemorrhagic areas in the soft tissue of the scalp, which correspond to where the stab wounds were sustained. And right here, you can see that there is a little defect in the outer table of the skull, or the external part of the skull. There's a little bit of that bone is chipped away, and this is in proximity to where this damage here is on the scalp. If you pull this scalp back, so this is going to be overlying that. So as I mentioned earlier, once I did the subsequent removal of this calvarium, exposed the brain, there was no penetrating injury
Didn't go
to
through
the
the
brain
skull,
or any
thank goodness.
significant brain hemorrhage. Again, it's not an easy thing to do, to be able to stab an individual and make the knife go all the way through the skull. But this is just documenting that this was forceful enough that it did cause the outer part of the skull to have this defect in it.
All right, thank you. Doctor, what is a blood card?
A blood card is something that is routinely done at the time of autopsy, where we'll take part of the decedent's blood and put it on this card, which can be retained for DNA analysis if it was to correlate to a crime scene, if it had to do with the paternity issue, for males, obviously, that we're wondering about paternity. So it has multiple uses, but it's a way that subsequent studies can be done long after the person has been buried.
Okay. And did you create a blood card for Rachelle Brewsaugh?
That is something I don't personally do.
Or was one created for her?
As far as I know, yes.
Okay. All right. And then those blood cards are, do you know if you know, did the Hamilton Police Department take that blood card?
I don't know.
Okay.
How, after it was created, I didn't know what happened to it since then.
Okay. But that's also, so that's used to determine someone's DNA?
Yes, it can be. Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you. And after performing the autopsy on Ms. Brewsaugh, were you able to determine a manner and a cause of death?
Yes.
And just can you please explain to the jury what the difference between the two is?
Yeah. All right. Cause of death, there's a myriad of things that can be cause of death. And in today's world of forensic pathology, the most common thing we deal with now are drug overdoses, fentanyl intoxication, multiple drug intoxication, traffic accidents, blunt force injury to the head or blunt force injury to the chest, gunshot wounds, stab wounds, drowning, electrocution. Sometimes we'll do an autopsy on someone and end up being a natural cause. Someone didn't know they had heart disease, or they had an undiagnosed cancer, things of that nature. So that's what the cause of death is, whether it's something natural or unnatural, which leads into the discussion about manner of death. So manner of death on the death certificate, there are 5 options. You have to check one of these boxes. So it's either homicide, suicide, accident, natural, or could not be determined. That the could not be determined is when you have an apparently healthy 25-year-old person, and then after the autopsy, there's no obvious grossly identifiable cause of death. You do toxicology testing, that's negative. You look at the slides under the microscope, and you can't identify anything. So in those kind of cases, maybe it's a congenital heart arrhythmia that we can't identify at autopsy, or maybe it's some substance that was taken that the toxicology labs aren't able to identify yet. So we don't have many of those undetermined cases. So most of them, we're pretty good at being able to make a definitive ruling on the manner.
All right. And Doctor, using your education and training and years of experience, were you able to come to an opinion or to a reasonable degree of medical certainty to an opinion of the cause of death and manner of death of
Homicide.
Rachelle Brewsaugh?
Yes, I was.
And what was your opinion as to the cause of death?
Multiple stab wounds.
Oh.
And what was your opinion to the manner of death?
Well, just to clarify,
Okay.
my opinion that the manner of death is a homicide.
Mhm.
Now, I don't actually sign the death certificate because Dr. Mannix, who's the elected coroner of Butler County, she's the one that signs the death certificate.
Okay.
But I mean, I certainly would classify this as a homicide, yes.
All right. Thank you. All right. 1 second.
Mm. It would have had to have been a frenzy
Doctor, I do
attack.
have one other question. When you performed this autopsy, can you tell a jury about the internal bleeding you saw, and was there a lot of blood in her body or not in her body, or
Right.
can you explain that, please?
Yeah, well, you know, what I attempt to do is when we have anything where there's some kind of blunt force injury, attempt to measure any quantifiable blood volume that's in the different cavities of the body. And in this particular case, there was, and I say approximately 900 milliliters of blood, or almost a liter. 1,000 milliliters is a liter. So almost a liter of blood in the right chest cavity, 700 milliliters in the left chest cavity, and then another 100 in the pericardial sac, which is the sac that surrounds the heart. So just adding that up, that was 1,700 milliliters or 1.7 liters of blood that I was able to recover from the cavities. Now, obviously, there's still blood in her body, as you could see from that picture. We had her rolled over on her side to show her back. There's still blood that's coming out of some of these injuries. So I can't say how much blood was still in her soft tissues and muscle, but at least I was able to document how much was present in her internal cavities.
Okay. And just how much blood is in a person's body as you sit here today, or roughly?
I mean, it's going to vary based on the size of the person, whether they're well hydrated or not. I mean, you're talking about, possibly 4 to 5 liters of blood.
Okay. All right. I think that's all I have. Thank you,
All
Doctor.
right, thank you.
Cross-examination.
Cross-examination?
I don't think this will be particularly long.
Morning, Doctor.
Good morning.
I wanted to talk to you
How do
first
you-
about during your testimony, you referred to stab wounds throughout. And if I could have the state pull up Exhibit 187 so I could talk to the doctor about that.
Pretty hard to
are you
dispute
able
the
to see
obvious, isn't it?
Exhibit
Yes, I
187?
can see it.
And I want to talk to you a minute about when you say stab wounds. Now, what's the difference between a stab wound and a cut, a nick, a scrape? Why do we use the word stab wound during your testimony?
But typically, you're right, there are different terminology. Stab wounds, typically a wound is deeper than it is on the surface, where an incised wound, if someone's had their throat cut, where the wound is longer on the surface than it is deep. And then the term you used, a cut, I mean, a cut could be
Superficial.
a paper cut, very superficial on your finger, or a cut could be more of an incised wound, something that's very superficial on the surface.
Okay. Well, the reason I ask if, for instance, if I'm working in my garage with a cutting knife, cutting up cardboard, and I slice my finger, I don't walk in and go, I just stabbed my finger. Stab seems to connote that you know exactly what caused these injuries and how they were. Is that what you're trying to tell us today, that you know exactly how all this occurred and what caused these injuries?
Well, the majority of the injuries are stab wounds because they're deeper penetrating injury than a more superficial incised wound, or even if you were in your garage and you cut your finger, that would be more of an incision. If you think of the term like surgical incision.
Okay.
So there,
So he's arguing the technicalities of the definition of the word stab. It's a sharp forced injury then. Call it what you want. It is a penetrating injury that has caused someone's demise. Potato, potato. I suppose this is the argument you come up with when you've got nothing to argue.
there are some of these things on her body, which I alluded to earlier, that they were so superficial, whether it was something that occurred and
Clayton's
couple
argument.
contusions that could be associated with a fall or just some sort of glancing injury. But I mean, I've done enough autopsies on people that had sustained multiple stab wounds, and I'm familiar with what the variable appearances that some of these stab wounds may have, even if the same implement was used.
Some of these you described as superficial. Were you including those as one of the 55 stab wounds you noted in your report?
Some of them, no.
Give us an idea on 187. And I'm talking about, obviously.
So he only counted the penetrating wounds in the 55. There were superficial wounds as well.
We can tell some of the bigger cuts here, but some of these smaller portions of her body, which you consider a stab wound, some of the smaller ones.
You want me to start pointing out stab wounds?
Yes.
Sometimes a penetrating wound actually looks less damaging than
It might be easier for me to point out the ones
wound.
that aren't stab wounds. So all these things that I put these little dots are clearly stab wounds. Something that would be more of a superficial scratch, scrape, incised wound would be something like that, something like that, something right there. I mean, so in this picture, I mean, the majority of these things are stab wounds. There's a few that, like I said, an incised wound typically is something that's longer on the surface than it is deep, that I wouldn't classify as a.
It looks worse on the outside because it's longer and it looks worse. Whereas a stab wound, it could be, you know, something you could poke like a tiny, you know, the metal food skewers that are only like a couple of mil in diameter. You know, you'll see pretty much not a great deal on the outside, but the damage that can cause on the inside could be huge. So, whereas if you've got someone who's got a massive big cut up their arm, that can look far worse on the outside and not do as much damage on the inside and not have as much effect, provided you don't hit an artery.
In a penetrating stab wound. So there's a few in this particular image that I did not count as a stab wound.
Okay. And I guess I also want to talk to you, when we hear, it's common when we hear the word stab, we think of things going directly into the body. Are you describing these stabs as you're saying that something went straight into the body or just may have nicked or scraped the body?
Well, I'm not saying that they necessarily went in straight. Again, a couple different factors why these things can look so different. Number one, if the individual is moving, you know, when you're trying to hit a moving target, they're not always going to be the same. Depending on whether you hit bone beneath the soft tissue, that may impede how deep the knife can penetrate the body. Clearly, some of these wounds were able to travel between the ribs and penetrate deep enough to hit the lung, hit the liver, hit the heart, and hit the intestine, where some of the other ones were much more superficial. So it basically only penetrated the skin and got into the fat. So there's a varying assortment of wounds on the body.
You kind of got into the next area I want to talk to you about movement. These injuries that we see here, some of these cuts, these wounds could have been in the process while this person was moving.
He's going to refer to them as cuts to minimize it every time you watch.
Correct?
It's certainly possible. I believe, I mean, in my personal opinion, because there's not one immediately lethal injury, it's certainly possible that there was an interval where this person is moving. And because of so many of the different, orientations, I mean, many times if an individual is stabbed and they're not moving, I mean, there's a very more of an organized orientation of wounds. And in this particular case, they're really not that organized in that respect. So it's consistent with some movement during the event.
Okay. And you would agree with me that, I mean, you weren't at the scene, you don't have a video to see exactly what happened, but movement could not only be someone trying to get away from someone stabbing them, correct? They could be moving away from the person who's trying to stab them.
Absolutely, yes.
It also could be that the person who has a stab wound is approaching the person who may have a knife, and there may be some sort of physical altercation going on between the two of them.
Yeah, I wasn't there, but
That's presumptive.
That's a possibility.
Really?
At the end of the day, you don't know what physical altercation, if any, preceded or occurred during any of these cuts and these wounds.
Oh, big cuts again.
You talked about liters of blood, and obviously, a bigger person has more blood. What's like I think you said Rachelle was 230 pounds. Do you have, based on your experience, your background, your training, approximately how much blood she would have as a 230-pound female?
Well, I mean, it's hard for me to, kind of in general, I think I previously stated, 4 to 5 liters, for a full-grown adult. But obviously, someone who's 7 feet tall versus someone who's 5 feet tall, and then depending on their body habitus, some could have more, some could have less. Like I stated earlier, I measured what I could that was in the body cavities. But one of the things that you look at when someone has had a significant blood loss, we look at the kidneys, because there's a phenomenon called shock kidney. Because what your body does is in an attempt to, when you're actively hemorrhaging, you start shunting blood from your lower extremities to your lower half of your body to try to keep blood going to your brain, try to keep blood going to your lungs, so you can continue to try to oxygenate.
So that's that means that it's peripheral shutdown, basically. So the body kind of does its own natural life-saving process, if you will, by removing the blood from the extremities, so your arms and legs, and redirecting it to the abdomen and the heart, lungs, and brain, basically. So that's why you'll see your hands will go very, very pale quickly when you're going into shock, as if you're losing blood. But it also, that's what we mimic when we are actually trying to revive someone. So they will give the epinephrine and adrenaline, and that causes vasoconstriction. So we're mechanically or pharmacologically inducing that particular response in the body. So it closes down the vessels of the extremities, and it brings the blood back up into the abdomen and the brain to keep the vital organs perfused with blood. But it also improves the contractility of the heart. So it improves the pumping process so that you keep a good cardiac output and a good blood flow, because you want that good blood flow to the brain to stay alive. So it's kind of, the body has its own life-saving system, so to speak. It's very, especially the heart, it's got like 3 backup systems for it to keep it going. So the body is incredibly designed to stay alive.
In some of those cases, people's kidneys can be really, really pale when they've literally, exsanguinated to death. In this particular situation, her kidneys were not really pale like you would see in a shock kidney. So she did lose a lot of blood, but I think it's undeniable that because of where her injuries were, it affected the ability for her heart to adequately pump. Blood was starting to accumulate in the
Her blood
pericardial
pressure
sac
dropped.
surrounding her heart, and she's going to potentially have collapsed lungs because of the damage to the lungs. So although she does have a lot of internal hemorrhage, I didn't sort of rubber stamp this and say that, call it an exsanguination, because of the loss.
So she's got 3 issues going on. She's got a lack of volume of blood. She's got the lack of the ability of the heart to adequately pump blood to the lung because of the hole in the right ventricle. And what was the third thing he said? Oh, the sac that the heart is surrounded in is full of blood. So it takes extra effort for that. There's more restriction to the exterior of the heart for it to pump. So there's 3 things that are going against that heart working properly.
So the functional ability of her to adequately breathe and then perfuse her tissues because of the damage to her heart.
Does a 230-pound woman have the same amount of blood as a 130-pound woman?
No.
Let me ask it that way.
I would say that the larger woman would most likely have more blood than the smaller one.
And I myself, 40 pounds heavier than the person in this, would you guess that I may have more blood than the Rachelle?
Probably, yeah.
Okay. If
No,
the state
great
could pull up
deal, but
Exhibit 33, please. It's already been exhibited. 33.
don't understand why that's relevant anyway.
Doctor, I'm showing you where Rachelle was found in the home. This is the crime scene. Based on the amount of blood that would have been in her body and all the injuries that you've shown to us, including something on the wrist where it was so deep that it went down into her tendons. Does it surprise you that we don't see more blood in this picture?
Well, honestly, I would expect to possibly see more blood than what I'm seeing here. I mean, obviously there's blood on that cardboard box, there's blood on the floor, blood
It
on the
was
rug.
spread everywhere.
There's some degree of blood on her clothing. Of course, it's a dark shirt and she's wearing kind of darker pants. But I mean, sometimes in these cases, there are sometimes large coagulated pool of blood. And I don't see that in this particular case.
Well, right, and particularly with around her wrist, we were shown a picture where you said the white part of that was basically so deep, we're looking at tendon. We see both of her wrists in this picture.
Yeah,
Would
but it
you
might not have hit
expect, based off
her
of the injury you
artery.
see later on, that there would be more blood near her wrist here?
Well, the thing that I can't answer is, and I alluded to it earlier, I can't tell you the sequence of the injuries that she sustained. Clearly, I think that one was an antemortem wound, meaning that she was still alive because of the relative amount of soft tissue hemorrhage that was present in the wrist. But I don't know if that's one of the wounds that happened later in the assault, once her blood pressure had been significantly diminished. I mean, there is more blood on the adjacent on the floor by the left as opposed to the right, but again, not a huge pool.
You can go ahead and clear the picture off, please. When, I think you talked about this a little bit, but all the pictures that you testified about today, her body appeared to be, when I say clean, it doesn't, let me start and rephrase this. When her body was presented to you, was the skin that was untouched by any wounds, was it just covered in blood and smeared with dry blood?
Not a tremendous amount. That's one, I think probably the first picture that showed her chest and abdomen. That was one of the unclean pictures because there was, dry blood there. And then the subsequent picture that showed, I believe, the left half of her body, you could tell the difference because that one had been cleaned, but it wasn't like her body was just completely covered in blood.
Okay. Did you yourself do any cleaning of the body in order to examine the wounds?
I don't do the cleaning of the body.
Were you made aware of how much blood was on her body that needed to be washed away in order for you to do your autopsy?
Well, I saw her before that occurred, but I didn't actually clean her body myself, but I saw the condition that she was in on those initial photographs that were taken.
Next, I want to talk to you. You used a word during your direct examination. You were referred to defensive wounds. When you do your autopsy, is there anyone from law enforcement that's present when you're doing that autopsy?
Sometimes there are.
Do you recall someone from this examination of Rachelle, or was someone present?
Honestly, I can't remember on that. I mean, it's been almost 2 years ago. I can't remember just who was there, who wasn't there.
Is that something you would note in your report if someone was present from law enforcement?
Not necessarily.
Hey,
There have been
Sharon.
other occasions where sometimes a police officer will walk
Morning,
in
darling.
halfway through a case or, stay for 10 minutes and leave. So it's one of those things that I don't, include that person in my report. I mean, I believe there is a log there at the Butler County morgue for people to sign in when they come there. But so you have to refer to that because I didn't obviously include anybody's attendance in my report.
And I know a lot's happened for you in the last 2 years. I know you're. Did you get any information on this case? Does anybody provide you, hey, this woman's coming in, may have been stabbed? Did you have any information about the background of this case or the investigation?
Well, basically, when I was called to come to perform this autopsy, I was told that we have an individual who's sustained multiple stab wounds and it was being investigated as a homicide. So that was basically what I was told.
Okay. But you don't get any information about who may have done it or how she's found or anything like that, are you?
Well, I mean, they're not telling me who did it unless it was witnessed by other people or someone has admitted to doing it. I mean, obviously the police have to do their investigation and they've got suspects or whatever. But at the time I did the autopsy, I did not know that there had been any definitive determination as to who the perpetrator was.
Okay. You described something. We're going to keep talking about this defensive word that you use with regards to the hands, but you could also get under someone's fingernails and maybe find their DNA or their cells to suggest someone was clawing at someone who may be trying to stab them. Could you not do that?
Potentially, yes.
And that would maybe indicate something was defensive. Is that fair?
Yes.
All If the state could please pull up 182. You said that this is her left hand. I know we have pictures of both her hands, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I think when you described anything as defensive, you're referring to her hands. Is that fair?
Well, hands and the arms, yes.
Okay. Well, let's talk about the hands. You described this as being caused by blunt force. Blunt force contusion to the hand could be caused by striking something with your hand. Is that fair?
Yes.
If I were to punch this podium right now, I could cause a contusion to my own hand.
Yes.
And we wouldn't know whether or not if that was truly defensive or if that was offensive. Is that fair?
Yes.
Hitting your hand on a piece of furniture could also cause a contusion. Is that fair?
Yes.
If you're struggling with someone and you fall to the ground or your hand hits something hard, that could cause a contusion on your hand as well, correct?
Yes.
Also, with some of these wounds, these stabs, these cuts, these scrapes, if a person were to have a small pocket knife in their hand and maybe using it themselves, is it possible that they could cut themselves?
Well, the
You
location
for real?
where some of these wounds are on their orientation, I would find that kind of hard to believe that these were,
You think?
what you're saying, self-inflicted
I
wounds.
didn't say self-inflicted. Let me ask it this way. Hypothetically, you and I are in an argument and I have a small pocket knife in my hand and I may try to move it towards you. And in the process, I miss you. I could cut my hand on my own in that scenario, can I not?
I guess that's a possibility.
All right. Because you described a lot of these wounds, these cuts, these scrapes, it's all different shapes and sizes and there's
Yeah,
movement
see,
going on. So
He still hasn't caused them stab wounds, cuts and scrapes. Trying to keep it minimized in the jury's mind.
at the end of the day, you can't sit here and tell us that we know exactly
Yeah.
how these wounds were made. You can't do that, right?
That's correct.
You can't tell us exactly what instrument or object caused these, correct?
That's correct.
And you cannot tell us what was going on with before, during, and after these wounds are being applied.
No, but he can tell you what damage they did. The end result is still the same.
To this person, correct?
Mm.
Yes.
And you can't tell us if there's two people involved, whether one person or the other inflicted them.
That's correct.
Were you ever provided a photograph of knives collected at the scene for comparison with these wounds?
I have seen a picture of a knife that I wasn't told that it was definitively the knife, but something that was recovered.
So you actually had the knife, or you just had a photo of it?
I've just seen a picture.
You've seen a picture of the knife, and then did you go back and look at your photos and look at your report to compare and contrast?
Well, when I saw the image of this potential knife, what was potentially consistent is the fact it wasn't a very big knife. I mean, if you take a 6-inch, 8-inch butcher knife, typically like you see in the wood block in the kitchen, you don't see these kind of small wounds. You see these very deep wounds that create these gaping type of injuries in the liver and the lung and the heart. Based on the number of stab wounds and the relative few number of them that actually penetrated an organ, it's consistent that it's a smaller knife than a very huge, long-bladed knife. But again, you could take the same knife and get varying kinds of injuries depending on whether you full contact or a glancing blow or came in at a different angle. So I can't look at a picture of a smaller knife and say, well, that clearly caused this, or that it clearly didn't cause it. It's just it's more consistent that it was a smaller knife than a very big, long blade knife.
You did testify that some of the injuries in this case went so deep as to puncture heart, lungs, and liver, correct?
Yes.
Are you able to get on the outside of the skin down to the liver with a
the liver is probably the easiest of those three organs that you mentioned, because anatomically, the liver is kind of just beneath the right side of that costal margin, the rib cage, and it can extend downward below that. So you might not even have to go through.
The feed on this is terrible, and there is no other
What
feed.
sort of line did you use in order to swab this particular sample?
That just jumped up from there.
is going to be shunted up towards the chest and the head. So some of those abdominal wounds,
I think that's all I have. Thank you. Doctor, I just want to talk about the piercing of the heart. Would you consider that a larger wound to the heart or a smaller wound to the
They
heart?
lost,
well, they were very small wounds, but again, that's probably the most critical injuries sustained in this case. So there's 3 different penetrating injuries to the heart.
I think that's all I have. Thank you.
I think they lost their feed potentially.
Low because of the blood loss, that some of those wounds weren't being adequately perfused, as I mentioned earlier, which is why we didn't see the shot kidney phenomenon. But again, a lot of the blood is going to be shunted up towards the chest and the head. So some of those abdominal wounds, towards the end of death, there may not be the same amount of blood flow as there was when this event started.
Judge, could I have a minute to talk
Sure.
to my client?
Yeah, there is no alternative feeds to this trial, unfortunately. We normally get a couple of different choices, but I think because of the high demand on the one feed,
You redirect.
we're showing that
Doctor, I just want to talk about
there's a lot of
piercing
feedback
of the heart.
and a lot of issues.
Would you
with the
consider
audio.
that a larger wound to the heart or a smaller
Here
wound?
a little bit.
They were very small wounds,
We'll
but
come
again, that's probably the most critical injuries sustained in
There
this
you
case.
go.
So there's 3 different penetrating injuries to the heart.
I think that's all I have. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anything else?
Yes, doctor, could a knife that folds and unfolds without a locking mechanism cause these injuries?
Yes.
No.
Okay. All right, thank you, doctor. You may step down.
Right, well, that was the MA. So, cause of death was multiple stab wounds, manner of death, homicide.
Okay, at this time, I think we'll take our mid-morning break. It's about 10:40, so we'll come back at 10:55. Please remember my recess instructions.
Okay. This is after mid-morning recess. And that makes us about 30 minutes behind. Make sure I've got this.
Back in session.
Okay, we are back on the record in State versus Madden. The jurors are not present. Mr. Burris, Mr. Hahn, and Detective Horton are present on behalf of the state. Mr. Madden appears in person with counsel, Mr. Wilder. Before the jurors come in, is there anything on behalf of the state of Ohio?
No, Your Honor.
Anything on behalf of the defendant?
No, this time, no.
Very well, let's bring in the jury.
Bring the jury.
Before we get started again, are there any violations of the court's recess instructions that anyone needs
Yeah,
to report?
sorry.
Okay,
I was
Ms.
watching
State's
it on
witness.
YouTube.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Stay with closed seconds. Dr. Shannon.
All right. Who have we got up this time? Forensic pathologist, DNA. Oh, he looks super official, so
May I proceed, Mr. Burris?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Good morning, sir. Would you please state your name for the record and spell your first and last name?
Yes, my name is Doug Trenum. That's D-O-U-G, last name T-R-E-N-U-M for Mary.
And how are you currently employed?
I am a detective with the City of Hamilton Police Department.
oh,
And how long have you been Let's start with this. How long have you been a police officer with the City of Hamilton Police Department?
A little over 10 and a half years.
Kind of take us through your journey, if you would, being a Hamilton police officer. Tell us where you first started off in the different ranks that you had.
Yeah, so I was hired January 2nd, 2014 as a patrol officer with the City of Hamilton Police Department.
And to be a patrol officer, what did you do?
I responded to calls for service, 911 dispatches for assistance, made offense reports, conducted arrests, and assisted with other investigations if Vice and Detective Bureau needed assistance from uniformed officers.
And then where'd you go next?
I was promoted February 17th of 2020 to the rank of detective, where I was assigned to the Investigations Bureau.
Okay. And then I'll have you describe your detective duties here in a second. So then what rank did you get next?
After detective, I was then promoted in August of 2023, last year, to the rank of sergeant.
Okay. And what did you do being the rank of sergeant at the City of Hamilton Police Department?
I oversaw patrol officers assigned to the road and assisted with mid-level management duties.
Sharon, you need to get into your chat and right up the top of the of your chat screen, it should say, hang on, let me get into my live stream. It should say live or top. It'll give you the two options. Because Bri was 11. That was 2.5 hours ago, Bri made that comment, my darling. So I think you're a little behind. If you click into the live chat, you'll be actually up to date as to what the chat is right now, if that makes sense. If you're logged in on YouTube, yeah, just change your setting. And you have to do it every time you log in to YouTube. That's why I get 6 comments in my emails after the live stream, because they come in after the stream is shut down, so I don't get them until later, so I can't respond to you. All right, so unless you're watching way behind and you're commenting now, then just ignore what I've said. And I'm sure Bri will be very, very grateful for your messages. Thank you.
Of patrol officers.
Okay. And now you're back to being a detective.
And now I'm back to being a detective.
Tell us how and why that happened.
I decided to take a voluntary demotion to return back to the Investigations Bureau because I really enjoy this aspect of law enforcement.
Okay. And what are your duties being a detective at the City of Hamilton Police Department?
So I'm assigned to investigations. At City of Hamilton Police Department, we are classified as general detectives. So I handle a wide range of cases involving various offenses of various penalty levels. Officers respond to calls for service. They make offense reports or crime reports that then are assigned to me by a supervisor, where I then have to follow up with those reports, such as interviews, collection of evidence, establishing suspects, and then assigning arrest warrants, search warrants for those cases.
Okay. And if you wouldn't mind educating ladies and gentlemen of the jury here, some of the training and education that you get involving your rank as a detective.
So when you're first hired, you go through a basic investigations course, a new detective criminal investigations course, if you would, to better understand what it is to be a detective versus a patrolman. I then went to an interview and interrogation course to be able to understand more thoroughly how to conduct interviews and interrogation of suspects that detectives usually perform, not necessarily uniformed officers. And then lastly, one of the requirements, initial requirements, is I attended a 2-week homicide investigation course through the University of Louisville at their Southern Police Institute.
Okay. And I assume that you probably continue to go through educational type courses during the time that you've been a detective?
Correct. I have elected to do so.
Okay. And tell us about some of the courses that you have gone through, or some of the programs that you have done.
So I have a couple different certifications in crime scene photography to better understand how to photograph crime scenes and to properly document them. I also hold an evidence technician certification. That was a 2-week course to be able to understand the proper procedures to collect evidence, identify it, further photograph it, and then prepare that evidence to be submitted to a state crime lab. I've also received certifications in shooting incident reconstruction to understand trajectory of projectiles and try to determine their flight paths. I've also received certification in bloodstain pattern analysis to be able to recognize patterns of bloodstains at crime scenes and then document them for areas of convergence, areas of origin, and then to be able to send that off to an actual bloodstain pattern analyst at a state crime lab, should that be needed. I am also certified what's known as forensic aspects of death investigations, which cover the entomology aspects of investigations, as well as the excavation of buried bodies or remains. I'm also recognized by the International Association for Identification as a certified crime scene investigator. And lastly, I have completed, through the Ohio Peace Officers Training Academy, my certified master evidence technician.
Okay. And so I'm going to direct your attention back to October 11th of 2022. Were you on duty that particular day?
Yes, sir, I was.
And that would have been during your first go around as a detective with the St. Hamilton Police Department?
Yeah, I had been promoted to a detective for about 2.5 years when this incident occurred.
Okay. And I assume I'm going to ask, were you asked to assist other officers and other detectives? Were you asked to assist them in the investigation of the death that occurred at 1270 Parish Avenue involving Rachelle Brewsaugh?
Yes, sir, I was.
Okay. So let's start with, did you assist Detective Horton, who is seated over there, in collecting some clothing items from the defendant over there and documenting some injuries?
Yes, I did.
And I assume, let me ask you this way, did you come to contact with Toby Madden that particular day?
Yes, I did.
Did you see Toby Madden in court today?
Yes, he is seated at the defendant's table next to his counsel.
Okay. And I believe that States Exhibits 79 through 88 are what I'm going to ask some questions about. I believe all of those have been admitted, so I'm going to ask the court for permission to publish.
Permission is granted.
And if you would, Detective, what is it that we're looking at in States Exhibit 79?
This is the defendant, Toby Madden. He is in our interview room, and it was a photograph that was taken of him as after he was transported to our headquarters by officers.
Okay. States Exhibit 80. What are we looking at here in States Exhibit 80?
So this is the defendant's, Toby Madden's, left forearm between the wrist and elbow on the top side. And there is a slight abrasion, if you would, or red mark on the top side of his forearm.
So whatever is easier for you, if you want to either circle it on the screen, I believe if you can push on the screen, you can circle it, or if I have a pointer for you to use if you'd like to step down.
There is a red abrasion, a linear abrasion, if you would, within that area that I observed.
Okay. Is it safe to say that that abrasion was more prevalent looking at it as opposed to taking a photograph of it?
Yes.
Did you see it better in person? I guess I should say it that way. Did you see it better in person than we're seeing it on the photo?
Yes.
Thank you. Can I believe if you touch the top right corner of the screen, I think that will allow you to clear. Right, States Exhibit 81.
Okay, so this is, as you can see, this is the top side of the defendant, Toby Madden's left
Been
forearm,
through all
between
these
the wrist and
photos.
elbow. That is my hand holding the ruler or the
Yeah,
scale,
but
if you would, next to a couple of linear abrasions on the top side of the forearm as I am circling them, as indicated on the screen. There's a couple of them.
Okay, thank you, sir. States Exhibit 82.
Again, this is another
Yeah.
mark that was on the
Right.
defendant's arm. This is his right arm,
Like a
on
fingernail.
his forearm, between the wrist and elbow.
And what did you see injury-wise on the right arm?
You can see, I'm going to circle it again on the screen for the jurors. You can see this red abrasion or this red mark on the top side of his forearm, right forearm.
Okay. Thank you, sir. States Exhibit 83.
Again, this is the same photograph as States Exhibit 82, but with a scale in place.
States Exhibit 84. I think that's, go ahead, I'm sorry.
This is the
Official
defendant, Toby
sketches.
Madden's right forearm, slightly
feet.
above the elbow, right within the crease on the top side. Again, I am holding a scale in place. You can see that their shirt has been removed.
Yeah.
This
we've
is just a
seen all
closer view
these.
of the
States Exhibit 87.
I don't want to see that
abrasions
again.
a little bit more closely.
Okay. And States Exhibit 88.
This is the lower left backside of the defendant, Toby Madden, where you can see that there are a series of linear abrasions that are horizontally positioned with a scale in
They-
place that I'm holding.
Equal, like,
Okay. Thank you, Detective.
I wonder what's.
During your interaction with October the 11th, did you attempt to get any fingernail clippings or fingernail scrapings from?
Yeah.
Yes,
they
I
got
did.
both.
Okay. And I would assume that you had to get a search warrant in order to try and obtain those?
Yes, I did. I obtained a search warrant was obtained, and then I executed it to obtain the fingernail clippings and scrapings from the defendant.
And if you would go ahead and educate, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what is a search warrant?
A search warrant is where we, a resident,
We've been through all of this. This is going over the
use
same
for scrapings, you use a wooden or things that fall. Yes, sir. It
We've
is.
even been
Person.
shown
I
it in
was
the evidence
attempting to locate
bags.
any of the deceased victim's DNA within his fingernail clippings and scrapings.
Okay. And I assume you do not do any tests on those. You're required to submit those to BCI.
Yes, sir.
Absolutely.
And we're going to hear from BCI tomorrow, but what is BCI?
BCI is the Bureau of Criminal Investigations and Identification. They are a crime lab that is comprised of forensic scientists, chemists, biologists, and the alike, to where they can
So we
then
need to
examine
speak
any
to-
type of DNA evidence with regards to this case to make a determination of origin for identification, elimination, or exclusion purposes. They actually are the ones that examine it on a chemical or biological level and make that determination.
Okay. And I assume that you would have to consult or talk to somebody at BCI before certain evidence is taken by them and tested. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you attempt to submit those fingernail clippings and scrapings of the defendant Toby Madden to BCI?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And how did that work out, or how did that go?
It was BCI's determination that they would not accept the defendant's fingernail clippings or scrapings.
Why is that?
Oh,
When outlining the details of the investigation to them and how the defendant was found by responding officers and what his actions were, it was their determination that they would likely find the deceased victim's DNA on his fingernail clippings or scrapings that might not necessarily be of evidentiary value.
his.
For instance, if you're trying to perform CPR, that could cause.
Yeah.
That is
fair enough.
correct.
As long as it wasn't hers.
All right. So I assume at some point you respond to 1270 Parish Avenue to undertake or partake in a search warrant that's being executed?
Yes, after I assisted Detective Horton with the collection of evidence from the defendant in a couple of different forms, I then responded to the scene at 1270 Parish Avenue.
Okay. And I assume before going to the scene at 1270 Parish Avenue, you would have cleaned up from doing the fingernail scrapings and clippings of the defendant. Is that correct?
That is correct,
Okay.
yes.
And what was the reason, or why did you go to 1270 Parish Avenue on that particular day?
I was contacted by Detective Huckey, who you heard from earlier in the week, about something he observed within the bathroom of the residence, and he requested some additional assistance with processing what could be evidence there.
Okay. Tell us about your observations in regards to the bathroom at 1270 Parish Avenue.
Correct. So there was one bathroom at 1270 Parish Avenue. It is on the same floor as the living room of the residence, above the basement. And I observed that within the sink in the bathroom were some red stains, some partially dry and some partially
I don't
wet.
understand. Apart from that,
And what did that mean to you, or what does that mean to you?
So
apart from him stating that the crime lab won't be accepting his fingernail scrapings, he's testified to stuff that's already been testified to by the lead investigator. I don't understand why they're going over it all again.
the observation that I
Detective, I'm going to have you look at 70 through 78.
States Exhibit 70 through 78.
And thank you, Detective. Just generally speaking, what are 70 through 78? What are those pictures?
It's a series of photographs that I took of the sink in the bathroom, of the floor underneath the sink in the bathroom, both before and after processing methods that I employed at the scene.
Okay. All those photographs truly bear
Right, so he processed the scene in the bathroom.
On October 11, 2022.
Oh, hey, Bri. Welcome
Yes, I
back.
do.
I'd ask for 78 through 78 to be admitted. into commission.
Any objection? Okay, they'll be admitted.
And a
and they may
little
be
bit
published.
more detail.
All right,
Sounds like he used some luminol and additional testing methods.
Honor, given the
Test
nature
for
of
blood.
these photos, I request that some lights be turned off.
At the scene, I'm thinking.
All right, Detective, if you would, either you can stay seated there or with the court's permission, I believe there's a point where, what is it that we're looking at here in State's Exhibit 70, sir?
States Exhibit 70 shows the sink, one sink, it's a pedestal sink, within the bathroom at the residence at 1270 Parish Avenue.
And
I
do you
think
think
there's
it
a
would be easier
jet light out to
pointer
the side there.
Step down and point to different things that you're observing or searching?
Sure. I don't mind.
With court's permission.
This is the sink at 1270 Parish Avenue. Again, it's a pedestal sink. It's the lone sink in the bathroom. And this is the only bathroom within the residence. This is a picture of the sink before any processing methods were employed by myself, where you can see we have a lighter. This is a multi-purpose cleaner. Remnants of what would be a bar of soap. That's an air freshener or spray. This is deodorant. And that's a
I
toothbrush.
would not be putting my
But
toothbrush on there,
observations
that's for sure.
were on
Yeah.
the red stains within the sink that were both within the bowl and on the rim of said sink.
Okay. Thank you, sir. And then 71.
This is, again, just a more close-up view of the bowl of the sink, outlining what would be, from my perspective, the left side, and in more detail.
Ah, yeah.
some of the red stains.
See them more clearly now.
What did the red stains appear to you to be?
It appeared to be blood.
72.
This is the right half on the bowl of the same sink, again with the same red stains. And as you can see, there are the same appearance of the stains on the rim of the sink.
Thank you, Detective. 73.
73 is a photograph of the sink with a test that I used at the crime scene.
To test.
My observations of
blood.
this sink are that it appears to be blood, appears to be. But I have to be able to confirm my observations of what I observed. So I used what is known as Identihim. It is manufactured by Brewsaugh. Identihim is a test that I can use that will presumptively tell me if this blood in the sink is human blood. I used a different test because we have a human victim at the scene. I had to use a test to identify the difference between human and animal blood. And that is what I did. I used Identihim. That gave me a presumptive positive result that from the swabs that I took on the rim of the bowl in this location was human blood.
Thank you, sir. And 74.
This is a close-up photograph of the Identihim test, showing that I performed the test correctly, as indicated by the line over the C for control, meaning I did perform the test correctly as indicated by my training and the instructions of the kit, but also a line through T, which is the test. That tells me, after I waited a period of not more than 10 minutes, gave me the indication that what I had applied and administered to this test was, in fact, human blood.
75.
75 is an overall photo of the sink after the test. I removed it from the rim of the sink because I was getting ready to conduct another test to verify my observations.
76, please.
76 is the floor
God.
beneath the sink here. As you can see, it appears to
That's
be
feral.
fairly
Ugh.
free of any red staining. I did not observe it.
And then I should probably take you back to 75. And I will have you identify the swab here in a second, which would be State's Exhibit 231. But
God, I would have spent hours and hours on my hands and knees scrubbing that floor. Domestos.
231 that you're about to see.
Yes, so I swabbed after I performed the Identihim test.
Not because I'd unalived someone, because I couldn't stand that. Ugh.
To tell me that what I believed in the sink was blood and was confirmed presumptively positive as being human blood. I took another swab for evidence collection purposes to be sent to BCI. And I took that swab from the rim of the bowl in this location.
And why did you pick that location?
Because this location on the rim of the bowl appeared to have the most amount of evidence that I could collect. I can't collect all the swabs to be able to differentiate.
Bri, you missed the medical examiner. Very interesting. Very interesting. They showed the stab wounds to the skull, and they actually showed pictures of, they'd extracted the heart and showed where the wounds had penetrated the right ventricle and the top of the heart. They showed the lungs. They showed, yeah.
Between individually, all of them. But I have to be able to have a sufficient amount to collect for DNA examination and analysis. So I collected from this location, because that's where it appeared to be most.
Okay. I can probably have you take a seat. Here. I can go to the list. I appreciate those. If I may approach the windshield.
You may.
May I approach the windshield?
State's Exhibit 231 are the blood swabs from the bathroom sink that I collected.
Okay. With the court's permission, if I can have you cut that open. please.
Permission is granted.
So they're going to show us the swabs, but we won't get the results because he's not qualified to tell us. Results of those will be shown or
And I
told
assume
to
during
the
your evidence collection there, if the,
pathologist.
at the sink, you have been wearing gloves of some kind?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what sort of item do you use in order to swab? What sort of item did you use in order to swab this particular sample?
I used cotton swabs that are sterile. They're prepackaged. Okay, they're not out in the open like Q-tips. So they're sterile cotton swabs. I
I'll
applied.
ask for 231, you admitted the permission to publish.
Any objection? Okay, it'll be admitted and it can be published.
With the court's permission, if you'd like to step down closer to the jury.
Granted.
you can show them.
These are prepackaged sterile cotton swabs you get from a medical supplier or a supplier of the package. They are sealed, and in order to collect the evidence that I collected from the bathroom sink, what I did was I applied 2 drops of distilled water to each cotton swab, because again, some of the stains are dry, some of them are wet. And then I swab the red stains from the sink with said cotton swab. Package them back into this container, and immediately place them in an envelope and seal that.
Thank you, sir. So after collecting those particular swabs, 231, did you do any other tests, investigative type tests on the sink?
Yes, I did.
Okay. What else did you do?
So based off my observations with an unaided eye, I suspected there to be more evidence of blood within or around the sink that had been rinsed, washed, or cleaned up in some manner. And so I then applied a product known as Blue Star. Some of the jurors may know that as luminol, but for clear distinction purposes for court record, I use the product Blue Star.
What is Blue Star?
So Blue Star is a successor to luminol. If jurors have ever seen any type of crime documentaries or CSI shows, you might know this as where if blood is suspected to have been cleaned up at a crime scene, they spray this and it fluoresces blue, generally speaking, okay? Blue Star is what I used. It is the successor of luminol. It's a little bit more sensitive, provides a more intense fluorescent reaction that you can better document, and it does not interfere with DNA analysis. I applied Blue Star, okay?
And to be clear, you applied the Blue Star after you were taking the DNA swab?
Yes, sir, I did.
So-
Yes. Even though it doesn't interfere with any type of DNA analysis, I decided to do it after collecting the swabs, just so there would be no argument of interference. And that is why it's conducted last.
Is there any sort of training you go through in order to use the item Blue Star?
Yes.
Tell us about that. if you would.
So again, through my certifications of crime scene photography, evidence technician, bloodstain pattern analysis, my IAI certification, and my master evidence tech certification, not only have I been instructed, educated, used the product Blue Star, but have also been questioned about my knowledge, working knowledge of the product to be able to receive these certifications and apply this product in an actual crime scene and not just in a training environment.
And State's Exhibit, did you do that in this particular case?
Yes, I did.
State's Exhibit 77, please.
Oh,
What was
Lord.
your State's Exhibit 77, Detective?
State's Exhibit 77 is the same sink in the same
Oh.
bathroom at the same residence at 1270 Parish Avenue.
Well,
After I conducted my
that's positive.
him test for the presumptive positive reaction of human blood being present, after collecting the swabs sterilely, I applied Blue Star within the sink, and it gave me an indication that there had been more blood
you think?
within the sink than what I was able to view with my unaided eye.
So the bright fluorescent type light is that?
Yeah.
It's indicating you to blood that.
Yes. So when you apply Blue Star, you get what's known as a chemoluminescent reaction. A chemical reacts with the hemoglobin that's in blood. And when that reaction occurs, it gives off this fluorescent reaction of a what they call a high intensity blue fluorescence.
All right. So there was no one else in the house. And yeah, I think that has just sealed my beyond a reasonable doubt right there.
78, please.
Oh,
This is a photograph where I was standing on or in the bathtub within that bathroom. And having applied it to the sink, I suspected that there may have been blood elsewhere within that bathroom.
So it was
And when I applied
dripping.
it to the floor
Ugh.
directly underneath the sink, I got another indication of where there could have been blood at some point in relation to this.
Thank you, sir.
That's horrendous.
All right, if I may approach you.
You may.
Mm. Oh, I wonder if you did the luminol on here.
Previously admitted.
Yes.
What did you do with State's Exhibit 217,
Ooh.
which is the brighter green shirt that was taken from the
Oh, well, if he's done it on this T-shirt, then I'm tipping he did it on hers as well.
defendant on October 11, 2022?
So this is State's Exhibit 217. It was recovered from the defendant. You saw in the photograph of him previously during my testimony that he was wearing. Collected as evidence,
Put my banner back up.
and it was submitted to BCI for further examination and DNA analysis.
Did you do a swab of State's Exhibit 217?
I did not do a swab. I submitted the entire shirt.
Okay.
But we know that was submitted. The previous investigator entered all this. Or if he didn't do any extra.
And did you have an opportunity to examine what I would call a Swiss Army knife or a utility type knife?
Yes, I did.
Let me approach Your Honor.
Unless he did additional testing, I don't understand why we're going through this again.
Of which I was present for its discovery and recovery.
That was recovered from 1270 Parrish Avenue.
It was.
Okay. And then did you have an opportunity to photograph that particular knife?
Yes, I did.
Okay. If I may approach Your Honor.
Okay.
You can put that back in the box.
We haven't actually seen any close-up photos of the knife open or whether it tested positive for blood or anything.
I'm gonna have you look at 147 through 1.
Okay, look at the photos. And then we'll publish
147
them.
through 157 be admitted and permission to publish.
Any objection?
No objection.
Okay, they'll be admitted and they may be published.
And what are we looking at here in State's Exhibit 147? And again, you can either point on the screen, you can circle, or if you'd like to stand up and point, whatever is easiest for you. Obviously, with both permissions.
Certainly.
No, State's Exhibit 147, as depicted in the photo above, is just the Swiss Army knife, and in the condition it was found, folded, all attachments folded within itself.
148, please.
There's no way you'd be able to clean.
148, same knife,
You wouldn't be able to
but one blade
clean.
attachment has been
You wouldn't be able to clean all the intricate internal componentry to that. There'd have to be some residue still left.
retracted, and you can see it there on the right side of the photograph.
And then 149, please.
And 149 is the second blade attachment that has been retracted and is on
Now
the
that's the length, because that small blade there's no way that would penetrate through the adipose tissue, through the intercostal space between the ribs and into a vital organ. That's just, unless you were super, super skinny and this lady was 220 pounds, that's not happening. I don't think. That you're more likely that this is the side that was used, in my opinion.
left half of the photograph.
And 150, please.
150 police.
So 150 is the smaller blade attachment, if you would. It's about 1.5 inches in length. It has a distinct appearance because it appears initially that it looks as if it was a can opener attachment, because there appears to be
That's been broken off.
that kind of design and appearance. Furthermore, on this photograph particularly, you can see what appears to be some type of residue on the knife, as if it had been washed or rinsed in some manner.
Do we know, was that blade, was it made that way, or is that chunk that's missing out of it.
Yeah, so I gave that description because that's what it initially appears to look like. However, when you look up the actual manufacturer of this knife, this blade is defective. This is actually a piece of the blade that is missing. It's not a can opener attachment. And you can see that more closely when you start to examine, as you can see, it works with my glove. As you can
The rough
see,
edges on the
around
inside.
the grooves within the blade, they're not smooth, they are rigid, they're jagged, and you can kind of see that there has been something that has caused this blade to be broken in some manner.
Thank you, Detective. State's Exhibit 151.
I wonder if that was ever recovered.
So this is the opposite side of the same blade.
Ooh, that could be crucial.
And you can see more clearly where the piece that's missing from the blade has been broken off.
I wonder if that was one of the ones, you know, how the medical examiner said that one of the wounds to the skull caused a defect in the bone. I wonder if they actually recovered that piece somewhere on the victim, because that would then definitively tie that weapon to the crime.
And what other visual observations were you able to make about State's Exhibit 151?
Again, that this other side of the blade were washed.
What do you see as indicating that to you?
As you can see, appears to be some type of residue, the appearance of water residue. I don't know if it's specifically water residue, but some type of solution or liquid that has left behind a residue on both sides of this blade attachment.
And it was attempted to be concealed as well.
I'm sorry, 152, please.
This is the second blade attachment, the longer blade attachment of the same knife. As photographed, as you can see, it appears to be intact, not missing any pieces, and there doesn't appear to be any initial signs of rinsing or washing of this blade.
153, please.
On this side of the same blade attachment, again, intact, not defected, you can see that there might be some residue of rinsing or washing on this side of the blade.
154.
So 154 is the defected blade attachment, the first one, the shorter one that's about inch and a half in length. I applied an alternate light source. It's a blue light, if you would, at about 450 nanometers in length. I then photographed it using an orange lens because I wanted to see if there was any type of fluorescent reaction on the blade that might give me any type of...
That feedback is from the court.
And after this photograph, you can see more readily that everything that's fluorescing here appears to be from some type of rinse or wash of the blade.
And what sort of light are you using?
It's an alternate light source.
I want to see the
In general terms,
luminol
It is a blue light, a forensic blue light that can fluoresce
response to that.
hairs, fibers. It will show the appearance of blood, but the blood will turn up darker if exposed to the alternate light source. But in order to view this type of evidence, you have to use an orange filter. And in this case, I applied an orange lens to my camera and captured the photograph.
Your Honor, if I may, can I go up and access the exhibit?
Sure.
And what are we looking at 155?
155 is the opposite side of the same blade attachment, the defective blade attachment. Again, with the application of an alternate light source, blue light source, with an orange lens in place to view the results.
And what are we seeing on that blade?
We're seeing, again, you have a fluorescent reaction of where there appears to be some type of rinse or wash of the blade in some manner, as indicated by the fluorescence observed.
And State's exhibits. 156.
56 is the longer second blade attachment that is intact. Again, with the application of a blue forensic light, 450 nanometers, as viewed through an orange lens. And you can see that there doesn't appear to be on this side of the blade any apparent indications of it having been washed or rinsed.
And 157.
157, same blade attachment, opposite side, same application of the blue light source at the same wavelength as viewed through the orange lens and captured by this photograph. Again, there doesn't appear to be any observation on the other side of this blade of any rinsing or washing.
Sure.
All right, so State's Exhibit 215, the Swiss Army knife. Did you attempt to swab that in any way?
No.
Okay. And why didn't you?
This is what I would consider a critical piece of evidence. Sometimes when we take swabs of an item, we can interfere with the more intricate analysis of DNA examinations conducted by the state crime lab. Having known this to be a critical piece of evidence, I packaged the knife as securely and sterilely as possible and submitted the entire knife to BCI for them to swab in a more sterile environment to be able to yield the best results.
Plus, the amount of
And I'm gonna put you-
evidence on the knife would have been limited after it's been washed. So you want to keep as much on there as possible for them to use to get a full profile.
State's Exhibit 213.
State's Exhibit 213. Want me to explain what it is?
Yes, please.
State's Exhibit 213 is another pocket knife that was located in the residence, which I was
Oh.
present for its discovery and recovery.
Two.
This one specifically was recovered from the top of what I refer to as a china cabinet that had been positioned atop. So somebody had placed it up top there, but we had found the china cabinet had fallen over or placed in some manner, and this was still within that location.
Okay. And did you do any testing on that particular knife?
I did the same process as the Swiss Army knife by photographing it up close, both in its natural state. It has two attachments. One looks more like a cleaver, and one, which folds in the same manner, it's not in the opposite manner like the Swiss Army knife, appears more like a traditional blade. I photographed this in their natural state, and with the application of the blue light source, at 450 nanometers in view through an orange lens.
Okay. And did you make any observations or findings?
This knife, to me, appeared to have been free of any type of disruption.
Okay. But nonetheless, both the Swiss Army knife and the knife that you have in your hand, those both were ultimately sent up to BCI for testing. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, they were.
Okay. I'll have you go ahead and put that back in there. Thank you.
And again, I did not take any swabs from that knife. The knife itself was packaged and sent up to BCI.
Okay, I believe what's been previously admitted is State's Exhibit 211. If I may push it.
You may.
Detective, what are we looking at here in State's Exhibit 211?
Sorry to interrupt, but 211 I had is being identified but not admitted. Are you going to offer that for admission at this time?
Yes, please.
Okay. Any objection to that? Okay, that'll be admitted.
I apologize, I thought we had shown this to the jury. so-
I think we did show it, but I don't think we officially admitted it.
You want me to stand up and show them?
Yes. Again, what are we looking at here in State's Exhibit 211, please?
Or
I apologize, some of these
I wonder if you luminold that.
time have just fallen off that I placed. 211 is, for the record, what we identified as a green jacket, but it is more of a vest style jacket.
Okay. That's what was found in the basement of 1270 Parish Avenue?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Well, thank you, sir. And then I believe your exhibit book is already up there on the desk. So I'm going to ask you to look at State's Exhibits 110 through 137.
One 110 through 137.
Yes, sir.
While you
What
look
are
at the
state-
photos,
Depictions of the green vest in those photographs that you took.
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, I'd ask that 110 through 137 be admitted and permission to publish.
Any objection? They'll be admitted and they may be published.
All right, so generally speaking, what sort of observations are you making about this particular green vest?
One of the options I made in particular was that, as you can see on the front, beneath the left center pocket on the chest, One observation is there appears to be some sort of defect or cut in the fabric, if you would. But also, when examining this closer, as you'll see in further exhibits 110 through 37, is there are a series of red stains that are present on the front side of this jacket. I have marked 3 for your vision, but there are actually 5, which you'll see in more detail.
All right, thank you, Detective. State's Exhibit 111, please.
This is the back side of the same green style vest. Just as a general observation, I kind of observed what appear to be marks on the back side of the vest. But more specifically, what drew my attention was over here, underneath what would be the left armpit, is when you see in a further State's Exhibit through the same series, there is a dry, flaky red substance that I was able to collect.
Ooh, that doesn't sound good.
This is a close-up version of what I thought may have been some type of markings on the back side of that green style vest.
113.
This is a continuation of the back side of that vest, of just the markings.
114.
So 114 is the front of that same green vest, and I have noted with the arrows, as you can see, there are 5 larger red stains that were apparent with my unaided eye on the front of the vest.
Okay. 115.
And this is the back side of the same vest, where underneath that left armpit, I previously indicated, as observed in this State's Exhibit, where I collected further evidence.
116.
This is just showing a little bit more closely what I am identifying through the arrows, numbered 1 through 5. You can see red stainings. We'll get to those up there that were observed on the front side of that green jacket.
117.
This is just another picture of the front of that same vest jacket. You can see marker number 2 and marker number 4 in more detail than compared to State's Exhibit 116.
118.
And again, this is just going up the front of the vest. You can see on the center pocket there on the left side of the chest, number 3, there's some red staining that is apparent there.
119.
This is the back side of the green vest, marker number 6, where I indicated I collected the dry, flaky red substance from the back side of that vest.
120.
This is a close-up photograph of marker number 1, red staining on the green style vest.
121.
Just another close-up. As you can see, there's discoloration there. It's a red stain.
122.
This is a close-up photograph of 2 things. I'm identifying the red stain by marker number 2 that is surrounding the cut or tear in the fabric of that green vest.
123.
A close-up photograph kind of showing you a little bit more of the red staining over that same cut as identified as marker number 2.
I wonder if they line up to the marks on his chest.
Just a close-up photograph of the chest pocket and the staining that I observed over the zipper and the pocket itself.
125.
More closely, close-up photograph of what my observation was.
126.
Marker number 4, it is, if you're facing it, to the left of number 2. Again, discoloration, red staining on that green vest.
127.
Close-up photograph of identifier number 4, same clothing.
Okay, 128.
So identifier number 5, again, of some of the red staining that I observed on the right side of the same clothing item.
129.
An additional close-up photograph of the same identifier.
And 130.
This is the back side of that green vest. Identifier number 6 in this exhibit. You can see there is what I'm trying to identify.
131.
And that is a close-up photograph of the red stain. It was dry, flaky. I was able to collect it by scraping it from that jacket with a sterile scalpel.
132. Actually, let me take it back on 131.
Sure.
So at some point,
I thought as
I
much.
assume that you collected some samples from this particular vest. And,
Yes, I did.
okay. And if I can approach the witness, Your Honor.
You may, but I would just caution you that we are running out of time, so I'm not sure when a good time to break is, but we're going to have to recess for the afternoon.
Okay. Would you like us to approach?
Yes, let's do that.
Well, they took a fine time to do that, didn't they? It looks like it still goes on for a little bit longer, so they may finish this witness.
So we're going to go ahead and do that, and we will have the same schedule tomorrow. We'll come in at 9, work through noon, and then you'll be released for the afternoon. And please remember my recess instructions. Okay. See. Oh, sure.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
What just
Oh, okay. So it looks like there's no afternoon session today and no afternoon session tomorrow. They're just doing the morning. So, well, if that's the case, we will cover, we'll be live pretty much tomorrow to cover day 4. And what I can do is we can go through all the documentation, like the indictment, and there's about 5 letters that this defendant has written to the judge, and a few other things we can go through as well. So we'll just finish this off for today, and we'll wind it up, see if it goes any further.
And there has been a suggestion that we would come in at 8:30 tomorrow. Is everybody able to do that, or is that too inconvenient for everyone? I hate to put anybody on the spot, but if there's anybody that can't come in or does not want to come in at 8:30, since I told you 9, can I see a hand? Okay, I don't see any hands, so let's do 8:30 instead of 9 so we can keep on track with our trial, okay? So thank you for your consideration with that, and I'll see you at 8:30 tomorrow morning.
All right, folks, that appears that that's it for the day, which I wasn't expecting. I didn't listen to the end of yesterday, obviously. That'll learn me, but that's all right. We've been going for over 4 hours, so all right. Well, that means that we're up to date and we will be live. I'll probably be, I'm going to start the stream tomorrow at 8 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. So, they're coming in at 8:30. So I'll start it at 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, which I will put up on in a short probably. But turn your notification buttons to on so that you know when we go live. And don't forget to hit that subscribe button. There is I'm on the countdown clock. There is a certain criteria that YouTube has, and it's fairly strict, that you have to reach before you're able to monetize it. And I've done 2 of the 3, and you need 500 subscribers to as part of the requirement, and I think I need 140 more. So I'm going to do a subscriber griftathon, I think. And when I do reach that that lucky number amount, I'm going to I'll have a celebratory stream, and I'll be giving away some memberships. So stay tuned for that. Thank you, Teresia. It's lovely to see you. Mwah. I shall see you 9 a.m. in the morning or 11 p.m. for me. All right. Stay safe. Make good choices. Don't be good. be good at it. See you tomorrow. Bye.
Covering true crime and police arrest, where the judges move and the defense rests. Watching courts and trials, criminals at best, where the gavel drops and the defense rests. If you love true crime and you want the best, won't you find the time and the defense